Hello, 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 lovelies. We are here. We are almost on time.
Yes.
Woohoo! That doesn't happen every Sunday. Okay.
No, that is true. And we would have
But
been
we
on
are
time, but
here.
our side conversation kept us from going live for a couple
Okay.
minutes.
Now we're going to be for real right now. My lovelies, Scarlett is here and time. So let's all stop and write that on the calendar.
Fucking right. It's a good day. But it's a new month. It's a new month, and I'm really trying hard. But honestly, it's been hard to find that work life balance with the new project, and managing 32 people is ridiculous. Um, that's all I can say about that. Managing 32 people is ridiculous.
Yeah.
I do not envy anybody who runs other people at this point in my life. Um, it is frustrating. So it's hard to find that balance. So I've been trying to do the best I can. So that's why I'm here. But I was able to get a nap today in too, so that did help. I just told everybody this afternoon. I was like, "Look, it's nap time." So now I'm here.
Oh, nice. Right? Good night.
Well, yeah, right after church potluck too. So I had potluck, and then I came home and took a nap.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was the bee's knees.
Okay. Let me get my shit together because I'm still not. I mean,
Right.
I am.
Well, let's talk about a few things before we get into the meat of things. Interestingly enough, I had read an article from James Spann just about a half hour, 40 minutes ago. What we can understand is that there's some type of chemical smell in Florida. People are reporting it as an ammonia like smell. Now, there were some controlled burns today in Florida, but James Spann said that that the news station, because he works for one of the popular news stations in Florida, they were investigating it. And so, with all these strange train derailments, we had another train derailment in Ohio yesterday by the same company whose train derailed in East Palestine. So, every day for the last 2 weeks, we've been having these train derailments, chemical spills, plant explosions, and that's something we all need to watch for because why does it keep happening? Why does no one have any answers? What was the white powder that fell out of the sky a couple weeks ago that nobody wants to talk about?
As well
People.
We've also seen reports of the rain having like jelly falling with it, like clear jelly.
We've seen clear jelly. I've seen oil sheen. Like somebody showed like the snow on their window had like a oil rainbow sheen.
Right.
And then we've also seen little weird snow plastic ball pellets in Montana that they said was not tied to a snowstorm. It was like weird little ball snow.
Right. Yes.
It was weird looking. Almost looked plastic like. And the woman said that there was no snow that day. It just a bunch of these little balls fell out, and then that was it. So what are these things? And all of these things have happened since the Chinese balloons were up in the air.
Yeah. Okay.
So now, I don't know if they're connected or what.
Okay. And I know people are like, conspiracy theory, whatever, fuck you. I've been right all along. Okay? So,
right.
That being stated, who spies on anybody with a big white balloon?
That's what I'm saying. Out of all the stuff you could use, you probably got some stealth shit.
China,
ain't nobody use no damn balloon.
China is like leaps and bounds above us in technology, and you're gonna tell me they sent a big old fucking balloon?
Right, that they couldn't. That the first two supposedly they couldn't steer. It just happened to float out. And now we're on that as bullshit. Is the fact.
What made us believe that it was a good idea to shoot this out of the sky? What did they have in the balloon? Do you know what kind of shit they could have put in that balloon?
Anything. Chemicals.
You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so we had coronavirus from where?
China.
From Wuhan, China.
Laboratories.
Okay, the lab is named after the disease, or the disease is named after the lab. Okay, Corona, whatever, blah blah blah, Wuhan lab. Okay, so literally the disease is named after the lab, and we're like, I don't know, maybe it was a bat.
I know, I heard that.
Okay.
Who's
maybe like, I don't know, maybe like a bat mated with a fox, and then suddenly we got this disease. Okay. And then we're like, okay, and then there's this spy balloon from China. Like, who spies on anybody with a fucking balloon?
And a white one at that.
And a big white one at that. That's like, oh, look at me, please shoot me down.
It definitely doesn't look like
a cloud. And we abide. We abided. It was like literally walking around with a big, huge sign on it that said, hello, will you shoot me down?
Why did he twist it up like that? Who the fuck wants a paper in it?
I do. Apparently, your man.
Well, is he trying to?
Where did they took Scarlet away? Why? I know, it keeps taking her away. And there's no reason. I don't know why. That's not okay. Because, yeah, the fucking... Man, they could have put anything in that balloon. Like, okay, diseases are, like, you know, they could have literally put anything inside of that balloon. Mm-hmm. Like, and we could have just popped, like, zombie virus over the whole fucking, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know who thought that was a good idea at all, but they fucking did.
You ready for a joint?
Huh? Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
Yeah, literally thinking that was a good idea. No. And then we've lost track of like all the other like UFO freaking landings or shoot downs out of the sky. I just saw another thing that had like a ball like looking balloon like thing flying fast as shit with two jets chasing it. And I posted it on my page with the whole like, and yet people are like, we can shoot these out of the sky. Our jets can't even keep up with a balloon-shaped object. But we're shooting them out of the ability to shoot it out of the sky. No, I don't think that we do. Oh no! Mike, can you get those? Don't you be on me, my burden.
AK-47.
Okay. While we're discussing this, we are doing Colorado Life with Jess and Fred, which is going to be right now, I guess, AK-47. Which she has grown at her home.
It's pretty yummy. And then I also have a gorilla girl. And it's not air, but it's good.
Dude, I have Candyland Frozen Zone.
I haven't tried that.
It's called Candyland because it puts you in Frozen Zone.
Oh, I bet. I like that.
So we'll hold off on that until like towards the end.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, now we can. Hello, welcome back. It kicked you to fuck out.
Thank you. Glad to be back. Get kicked out while I was fucking roll. Damn it.
I know you were. I tried to carry it on, but I wasn't sure exactly where we were going. But I was saying, what was in the balloon, G?
Yeah, we don't know still. They won't say. Now, they did say when they got that first one that they were collecting the pieces, right? And they said they didn't know how many pieces they could collect because the first one went in the ocean, right? Then the second and third one came. Then the fourth one that was up in Alaska came. The Alaskan one, they said, broke on the ice so that they could actually go and retrieve more pieces because it was actually like more retrievable. But we still don't know what any of those had.
Okay,
None.
and my point being, okay, so let's follow for a second, right?
Right?
We have the coronavirus that came from frickin' where?
Now they're admitting it came from China. We got whole government meetings about it.
Yeah.
A whole government, yeah, where they admitted now that it came from the lab over there. Which, who said that? We did. We did. As Freedom Revolution Network in January 25th of 2020. We did. January 25th of 2020, we said this shit got leaked because I found a document from the Wuhan Lab of Virology proving that this was gain-of-function research. I was one of the first journalists in the country to find that shit.
Yes, we were.
We sure were.
And then
read it on air.
And then they said they named the virus after the freaking lab.
Yep.
They named the virus after the lab. The lab and the virus have the same name. Do you know how many diseases they could have stuck in the moon and flown over us for us to pop and kill ourselves with?
Well, people haven't been feeling good ever since in certain areas.
This is what I'm saying. What was in those balloons?
Who knows? And it could have been our own government doing it.
Because we want to be like spy balloons, but like I said, who the fuck sends a balloon to spy on shit?
Yeah, talk about it was taking all our phone data.
You might as well
say what now?
Sign on me on it that said shoot me the fuck down. And we were like, oh, that's a good idea. Let's shoot a balloon down from China.
Right. And then China said they aren't our balloons. So we don't know what you're going on and on about.
Well, of course they're going to be like, well, we didn't put a bunch of diseases in a balloon.
I think the Chinese might be telling the truth, though, to be honest. I think the Chinese might be telling the truth. I think they might not have. They said the one balloon was theirs, the one that they shot over South Carolina, but they said the other ones weren't theirs.
And if they're going to admit one, they wouldn't deny all the others.
Right. You know what I mean? So it's like, I almost believe the Chinese that they don't got nothing to do with it. Now, that first one, maybe, yeah. They said that one got away from them. They were doing normal atmospheric research, but the one thing that people don't want to admit with that shit, though, is during that time before that goddamn balloon came, okay, when we were having all those atmospheric rivers over in California, I noticed an anomaly of winds coming off the coast of China that were creating a jet stream across the Pacific straight to California. Now, with that being said, I wonder, because they've told us that they have weather weapons, right? And they said they would control our weather at one point.
Yeah.
I wonder if they didn't send out practice making that wind current and then sent a balloon to make sure it could make it over. Because it would be the right timing. Right after those atmospheric rivers, when they had 150-mile-an-hour winds coming off the coast of China.
Yeah.
Just straight over to California. Like, you can see it on the whole map when you were watching the wind maps across the Pacific.
Oh.
So it's like, I wonder if they weren't playing with that more than anything and just don't want to admit that.
And we keep having strong winds out here, so it could be.
Everybody's getting these crazy winds. And even, let's think about California right now. California has had 50 feet of snow in certain places. 50 feet! What the hell you do with 50 feet of snow? Where do you even put it?
Oh, yeah, in California.
California, 50 feet of snow. And some of these mountains that people are buried right now, y'all. Ain't nobody talking about it though. We ain't heard man, not a one.
Nope.
News agency talk about these poor people who are stuck in their homes. They have not had power for over a week. They are snowed in. They can't get any supplies out. They weren't expecting to be locked in for weeks. There was a guy the other morning that a bunch of other guys, the guy was like foreign, did not understand how to put chains on his car. His disabled wife had been locked in their house for a week.
Wow.
And these people at the chain station, stopped and helped that man put on chains, and then he got to his wife eventually. But the fact that there is not National Guard,
Where
the fuck is the National Guard? What's up with California? What is Newsom doing? Why is he letting all these people be snowed in, buried in, all across the country, side and over there? And everybody else has just forgot. It's like the coast is the only place that matters, and all these mountainous regions that provide all of our food, that provide a lot of the livestock. A lot of cheese and milk comes from California. People forget that. They always think of Wisconsin and Dairyland, but a lot of cheese and shit comes from California. And all that shit is covered.
Right.
They've had hard freezes and shit back to back to back to back to back to back to back. What is that going to do for us this upcoming year? And when that snow melts, they're about to have extreme flooding. You can't tell me people's houses aren't going to flood with 50 feet of snow melting.
Oh,
Some of their shit is above people's roofs.
Right.
They ain't even got no house no more. It's just they better hope it don't collapse under the weight of all that snow.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, they said roofs have already collapsed, everything else. So, if everybody could just say a prayer for the people of California tonight who are in those areas, especially the San Bernardino Mountains, because apparently they never get snow in those mountains because it's right outside of LA. They're under 12 feet of snow.
Holy shit.
Yes. Now, Mammoth Mountain and all the rest of them are used to like 20, 30 feet of snow in the season, but not 40, 50, and 60 and 500 inches so far this year, and it's still coming. So we need to definitely be watching California because nobody else is. Poor California. And I didn't think I would say that. But regardless of their politics, their people don't deserve this. Because they didn't do all this.
They didn't deserve any winter fires either, but it didn't stop them.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, but I think this is more of the government's problem, but I just want to know, where's the National Guard? Where is the whole country knowing about these people snowed in?
No, ma'am.
This should be front page news everywhere. Basically, people buried alive. I now understand how things like the Donner Party went down. Do you know when the Donner Party ended up eating each other and all that on Donner Pass in California?
Right, yes.
This year, they've had almost that 50 feet of snow up there.
Yep.
And that makes sense. Now, think about that. If you were a pioneer and you showed up in California and then all of a sudden 50 feet of snow dumped on you, how would you get out? There is no plows and this. You know what I mean? You would have been SOL. So now I understand how they ate each other because it'd be desolate. You wouldn't have known what to do.
Right. No, that's true. And and all of a sudden people just have kind of even stopped talking about any of that stuff. And
yeah. Nobody's talking about any social issues right now. Like, none of those things. Like, nobody's talking about the train derailment anymore, even though people are sick. All the animals are dead.
Right.
Nobody's talking about the balloons no more. That shit went away. Why? We need to ask ourselves why. What are they doing that we're not paying attention to? Because something is happening that we're about to be in global nuclear war here pretty soon, because everybody's geopolitically getting real wound up and tight.
Well, I'm still on this terraforming idea.
You know what? And I'm with you a little bit on it because what is the one thing they've been pushing a lot lately? UFOs.
Okay, see now. I've been watching some shows on Netflix, and Jess has been watching some shows. Okay, because
Okay.
we know that they put our chicken feet up, and that's it. And when we start seeing like a rash of shit, okay, like something I, for instance, put together personally when I was in school. I remember very specific things that were pushed at us very hard in school. Okay.
Right.
And what I remember being pushed so hard in school was things that killed their mates after mating. Like learning these very specifically because it came up because of my B search. Okay.
Right.
I'm not calling it research, it's B search. Okay.
Oh, good to know. Good to know.
It's my B search. Okay. So in doing my B search, it led me to understand that a drone bee, which we're going to cover in the Be Easy segment, because that's going to be a new thing on the show, G.
I like it. I like it.
So when we do Be Easy, we will be talking about this, but the drone bee's entire existence is to breed. Okay.
Right.
As soon as he breeds the queen, he literally falls from her to the ground and dies.
Dang.
Because
that's pretty dedicated.
His whole purpose is fulfilled. So,
I'm sure there's a lot of women out here who wish that would happen to men.
Right. Okay. So that being said, was like she kills the dude, and I'm like, no, see, but she doesn't kill him. The difference is like he just dies, like a praying mantis.
Yeah, it's not like mantises where they bite off the head, right?
And kills him. That's I killed my mate, and then he's like, how do you know that? And I'm like, you know what? That's one of the big insects that they taught us in school.
It is. I remember learning about mantis, and there's a couple other too, because well, and then they talked about on the other end how like seahorses are like asexual and how they can actually create, if they need to, their own male parts to then breed themselves.
Correct.
So you got like the other side of the spectrum.
Right. So my question was, is that what was responsible for the rash of like, because if you remember when we were in school learning about this, was when we would have had that rash of women killing their partners?
Yes, that's true. That's true. And then in the early 90s, you had the whole Lorena Bobbitt thing. Enjoy Buttafuoco.
Yes, ma'am.
Lorena Bobbitt was a plan.
You see, and they were
FAFO. FAFO.
In that indoctrination.
Yes, that is true though, because and they've proven this too. For instance, like in psych wards, they have to be very careful about the people that they let in the psych ward, okay? Because the phenomenon that has happened in psych wards is like a group think mentality where, let's say you have 10 people together, right? And let's say one or two of these people have a specific condition. It's been proven when you put them together, even without telling the other people what the mental illness is, the other people will pick up and start exhibiting said mental illness.
Right.
Just from being a part of the group.
Yep.
So that's something people need to think about too, that it's that easy to be influenced, even if you're not an easily influenced person. It's been proven that when you put people together in these type of dysfunctional groups, they start exhibiting that dysfunctional behavior together. Like one person cuts, and then all of a sudden the whole group will be cutting.
Right.
They've been able to prove this idea. So it's not a foreign concept even in people. We see it more often in animals, but are we not technically a mammal? So There's that. And I think they've been trying to get people off of the idea of critical thinking even more now lately. Because how many things have they brought out? UFOs. We don't know what these balloons are. They're unidentified objects. Unidentified lights.
And I've
Unidentified lights.
Anything that we have not seen before or don't know exactly what it is going to be called a UFO.
Yeah, and then we're not allowed to talk about it.
Right.
That's the killing part. We're not allowed to talk about it. So it's like, come on now. We should be able to talk about these things and ask. There should be no reason why Aaron Brockovich went out to Ohio, but yet we haven't heard a damn word about it.
Right.
Aaron Brockovich had a whole town hall out there, and I don't know if everybody remembers, but in the 90s, early 2000s, whenever that Aaron Brockovich movie came out with Sandra Bullock or whoever the hell it was. Who was it? Was it Sandra Bullock?
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts. Yes, girl. Yes. See? Look. Because everybody remembers this movie because they pushed it so damn hard. This is why even she remembers. That's my point. Is that now all of a sudden Aaron Brockovich is out and nobody's clicking two and two together.
What?
And she's screaming like these people are being poisoned and no one cares. There's something to that. There's some level of chicken feed. There's some level of Project Bluebeam in this. There's something.
Right.
There's a little bit of don't look up mixed in there too, but like look up, but don't look up. Don't ask questions about it.
We've been hearing about the asteroids just skimming so close to us. Like super.
That what you?
I said you've been hearing about like the
asteroids.
The asteroids coming so close to Earth, right?
Yeah, all these near Earth orbit objects, and some even that we didn't even see. And why is that? We have high Earth, close Earth orbit satellites that pick up everything around us, even out past the goddamn sun. So how we miss the shit right in front of us?
Right.
People need to ask themselves that question. Either they can't see the whole picture and they don't want to admit it. That's what I think it's more of.
Something that has always bothered me, right? That has only been explained in the research in Dulce. But Dulce, if you remember, the research that we learned in Dulce, right?
Yep.
Dulce had levels. Each level was dedicated basically to its own kind of like planetary races.
Yep, and research, correct.
And research. And that they were terraformed for that particular planet.
Base.
Right? So that's why the humans weren't supposed to leave this level and these ones weren't supposed to leave that level.
Yep. Yeah, certain ones can't intermix. Like level 7 and level 4 people can't intermingle.
Right. And the reason for that was the terraforming. They wouldn't be able to live.
Correct, because different levels had different types of beings, with the bottom levels being the weirdest chimeras and mixtures.
Correct.
And they had to keep them locked up due to fear of potential damage and danger, while they kept them underground deep and locked up inside Dulce.
Correct. So,
right.
My thing is when people are like, this whole time, blah, 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 they're wrong because you don't want to admit that they're kind of in some manner contained because they can't live outside of Dulce but a short time.
Or what other bases they have them at too, because I don't believe Dulce is the only base that they have them at either.
Surely not. Is it the only one here on Earth? Maybe.
Potential. With those types of beings, I'm sure there's different types of beings other places. But with those specific dangerous ones, yes.
Right. So like other planets would have their own versions.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know what I mean? Our Space Force is really...
How come we don't hear nothing about Space Force? They exist and they're doing shit. But yeah, we don't hear nothing about them.
Because they're members of like the whole Universal Space Force. It's not just us, man. Like, he didn't just...
No, we just had to create a representative for our group is all it was. You're right. I bet you that's all it was. We just created the United States representative.
Right. And nobody ever wanted to acknowledge him before.
No. And we still aren't talking about them, but yet they're getting a bunch of funding and money and this and that and the other. And why?
Right.
You know, the pole shift news, y'all. Pole shift news. We finally moved. Okay, right. So for 3 months, we've been playing this weird, strange dance. Okay, now, something to think about, too. Could something like an alien being be pulling on the Earth? Very possible. If they wanted to get us off track and mess with our atmosphere, it wouldn't be that hard. I'm sure they figured it out in other places. Something to think about. That's a more far out there consideration, but it's something to think about, nonetheless.
Right.
At this point, we need to start thinking about all the things, because what are they doing? And why? And why is the media pushing UFOs so hard?
And not just UFOs, but another theme that I have noticed with the new, like, Netflix recycle, right?
Right.
Is like chemical stuff happening to people. Government controlled chemical stuff leaking, people turning into zombies. This is coming back around again, but like vampires and like people turning into all sorts of weird, non-human type stuff.
I've seen a pretty weird superhuman video. Now, everybody seems to think that this lady was drunk in this video, but I'm not 100%. And it was some of the weirdest shit I've ever seen. And it just starts to make you wonder what influences are out there right now. You know, we know that the Alter program exists.
Like chemical lab type shit. Like, you know, oh, this lab just leaked this into this town.
The uranium lab in Tennessee. Let's talk about that. Ain't nobody talked about that. So between the East Palestine, Ohio train derailment and now, about a week and a half ago in Tennessee, there was a whole ass uranium plant that leaked uranium in Tennessee.
Oh, man.
Ain't nobody heard about it though. Yeah, leaked uranium in Tennessee. And apparently this business is not regulated by the federal government.
Uh-huh.
Now explain to me how you can have a whole plant that only processes uranium that has no oversight by the federal government? That seems like a disaster waiting to happen. You would think that they would have to have some form of government clearance or oversight to be processing something like radioactive uranium.
Right.
But no, they do not. And their plant exploded and leaked uranium, and ain't nobody talking about it.
Right.
So that's an issue too. Why do we have all these chemicals leaking out everywhere? Okay. And nobody's talking about it. And then when everybody complains that they're sick, they're treated like they're crazy. I mean, honestly.
Because it's part of the plan.
Yeah, because they say it's this Y12, supposedly. Now, the only one they talk about is the Y12 one, but Y12 is not the other company. This ain't it.
Right.
So yeah, and it was a fire, a whole fire.
Mm.
And they say air monitors didn't go off, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. I don't care if that thing did go off. I don't trust nobody. How do I know they
Right.
just didn't turn them off? How do I know that? How do I know they didn't just turn them off?
Okay. So, for instance, here in Colorado, right,
Right.
all the C-dot cameras went down at the same time, and were all down for a set amount of time. It was like a day.
Well, I remember I saw it was somebody's feet. I don't know if it was yours or somebody got a clip of a UFO going down behind.
Yes. Yeah, I saw that too. And that would have been during the time that the C-dot cameras were out. So I don't
How
know.
convenient.
But it looked like crap.
It's like dark silver.
Yeah. But it didn't look like we shot it out of the sky type of a thing. It looked like it crashed to the ground. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Because
But
I'm sure
with an EMP type weapon, you could make it crash to the ground too and make it look like it was just, malfunction.
maybe, I don't know. We don't know because we don't
You
really
send an
know.
EMP pulse,
We don't
you
really
send an
know if
EMP
they're
pulse, that'll
working
pull
on
that shit out.
anything electric, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we don't know.
I mean, we don't know. No, we don't know what they're doing, but I feel like they're even demonizing anybody who wants to figure it out. And I think, like, when it's in the news so in your face, the fact that people aren't even questioning it shows that something is going on with people's cognitive dissonance more than ever. Like, half of the people are really upset right now. Like, people who usually aren't even upset are upset. My biggest issue is the fact that Biden refuses to go there. That shows me everything I need to know. That shows me that it is dangerous and poisonous enough where he does not want to go. He knows.
Right.
He knows. Otherwise, why wouldn't you even try to appear virtually to those people?
Right.
Put yourself on a big ass screen somewhere. You could video chat as the president and be like, "Hi, I can't make it there, but he won't even do that." So that just shows you these people feel abandoned. They've already signed paperwork from the railroad getting $1,000, which then takes away their rights to sue. So if these people get sick, because they said with vinyl chloride getting in your system and exposed when it is not cured, you have 5 years.
Yeah.
You are a ticking time bomb.
Right.
So these poor people, animals, their houses, they're afraid. What are they? They can't move now. You can't sell your house. You can't do shit. You can't do shit. What are you gonna do? Put your house up for sale? Who's gonna buy that?
Yeah, no.
Knowing that all of East Palestine is contaminated, who the hell is gonna buy it? So you're screwed if you live there. You are stuck. Unless you've got the type of money where you have multiple houses and shit and you could just let that one go, but you still got to pay the mortgage on it. Like, these people are stuck now and they have nowhere to go and no one's answering their questions and they're scared. And I feel bad for that. Nobody should be feeling scared. And the fact that the government now, we always knew Biden was bad, but his interaction is terrible. Because where is he just to even try to reassure people we're doing everything we can? It was just lie. Damn, lie. Shit. I hate to be like that, but at this point, it's sickening.
Right. No, that's it. It is because it just and it disappears under the next thing and then the next thing. And people aren't even putting together the next thing.
No. We've lost some of that problem solving right now, and I'm concerned.
Right.
Because then when do they pull the next bigger thing that they know no one will react to?
Yeah.
So, Oh, and speaking of, see, that's crazy. Joe Biden's wife says testing his mental fitness as president is ridiculous. No, it's not. He's the oldest president ever in American history. He's 78 years old. He's almost damn near 80 years old. There is nothing wrong with testing mental cognition with somebody 80 years old. Because it's been proven that your mental acuity declines over age. It's not to be rude. It's just a fact of life.
For sure, I lose my memory.
That's what I'm saying. Like, my memory's already failing, so he can't tell me he's not having issues.
Yeah, for sure.
Shoot.
Right? No.
But they just don't want to admit any faults. That's the problem right now. No one wants to admit any faults. Oh, they were ordered to shelter in place with that other Ohio train derailment, but they said there wasn't another chemical in it.
Uh-huh.
But hazmat was on the scene.
Lies.
Yeah, and they said residents 1,000 feet between the derailment have been asked to remain indoors out of abundance of caution. Officials reported multiple down power lines, leaving as many 500 Springfield customers without power, according to First Energy, and the county did not respond. Yeah, but if ain't nothing wrong, why everybody got to stay inside? And when are we going to... Now, let me remind you this. Now, everybody has their opinions about Alex Jones, but let me tell you one thing. Alex Jones was 100% correct.
Right.
About 5 years ago, and I know you remember this because I swear we had conversations about this. He talked about how we were going to see multiple train derailments all across the country because the train infrastructure was declining due to the fact that all these privately owned train companies are not forced to fix their lines because they privately own them.
Correct.
And he said 5 years ago that within the next year, we were going to start to see just an abundance of these. Now, it took a couple of years. I think, like always, Alex Jones is just sometimes way ahead of his time talking about things.
Mm-hmm.
And it took this long to degrade, but I think that we're only going to see more of these accidents because, honestly, 2 accidents in 1 month on the same railway?
Yeah.
We've had 13 trail derailments since January. 13 across the country with multiple different chemicals and hazardous materials. Yeah. Now, about 4 or 5 of them have been non-hazardous, but the rest have been hazardous. Because now this would make it up to like 15 or 16 train derailments because at the time that East Palestine happened, it was 13. So you add the new North Carolina one, this new Ohio one, and now we're up to 15, 16, 17, in the last 2 months. Something's going on, and we need to stand up. And just because this reminds me of Atlas Shrugged. If nobody has read the book Atlas Shrugged by Ayn Rand, this is like the Taggart Company.
Yes, and the other big thing being that's really hard right now too is cloning.
Yes, or IVF.
And AI.
Yeah. And AI, because remember
stuff out right now, like even on Facebook, like, oh, AI can write your blog post for you.
Which we might utilize some of that technology to help, like, some of that shit's helpful because it can help you aggregate shit. But other shit, kids are able to just cheat at school now because you can put in a topic and it'll write you a whole paper that nobody else has and isn't plagiarized.
Yep.
So now kids don't even have to go to school because they could just go onto one of these programs, these AI writing programs, and have it write up a whole article. Now, for us, who are doing news, that could be a good thing. We put in a few keywords, a few points, and then it writes us a whole article. To get out news fast in this day and age, you almost need something like that, because you can't sit and write 20 articles a day. And I mean, the news is happening that quick. When we first started, it took a week to do a damn news story. And that's all you had.
Right.
You just didn't have all this news. Constantly 24/7, something always happening. That's what's changed as of recently, and people can't keep up because humanly it's almost not possible to keep up with every little news story.
Right.
And that's saying something. That means there's thousands of stories with bunches of shit every day that's going missed.
Right.
So that's my only concern, is that we're starting to get into a dangerous age of information, where we almost have too much, but it's hiding what we need to know. So that's my rant about what's been going on in the world. Yeah. I mean, I think it's something to watch.
I do.
Somebody died from bird flu? Oh, Lord, here we go.
Oh, yeah. This will be a major thing.
Oh, yeah. They said birds are getting sold out everywhere. Little chicks sold out everywhere. You can't find little chicks. Nothing. So something's happening. But also good. People are becoming more self-sufficient, thinking about being self-reliant. Food prices have went through the roof. Nobody can afford food. Nobody can afford their bills anymore. Nobody can afford shit.
True.
I know. And then they're cutting everybody off of those pandemic food stamps and the pandemic health care and all that shit now. People are going to be in a world of hurt.
They failed people here because it was like they cut their pandemics and then they reduced the food stamps, and then they did the cage-free only egg thing, and then did the charging for your bags all at the same.
Yeah. So poor people in Colorado, especially the people I feel the worst for are the old people. All of the elderly people started to get more for food stamps, like $200 a month for an adult.
Right.
They've cut them all now down to $10. What are all of these old folks going to do who have depended on this for 2 years now, and now have to come up with $200 extra somehow to budget for food?
Yeah, and it does suck.
It does suck. Younger people and more people who are active and able to work, okay, I understand cutting them off, the families, but the families who are getting extra PPT help, having meals basically paid for by the state for their kids, that's ending now too. My state is trying to make free lunch.
Took away, yeah, that's the
yeah. My state is trying to pass a law where basically all breakfast and lunch would be free across the state and nobody would have to pay for it anymore. I hope it passes. Anybody who complains about that is an asshole. They're not feeding kids 5-star meals, but at least every kid who goes to school could get 2 meals a day.
Their meals are,
because that is expensive. You got to pay $2.25 for breakfast and $2.50, $2.75, $3.25 for lunch. You're paying $6 a day.
Yeah.
That's a lot. You got more than one kid in school, you double, triple that. They want any extra snacks or doodads at school, you quadruple that. And it's like it starts to become expensive. $10 a day for some kids. $12 a day. Shit, that becomes a lot of money every week that families have to come up with. So something's got to give. They have all this money, and they want to waste all this money, but can't give us little peons some free lunch, some extra little food stamps, and just little shit to help us survive. But yeah, we give billions and billions and billions of dollars to the Ukraine. Give all our weapons and guns.
We said, I will remind you that we said we're not getting involved with that, because if we get involved with that, It will be, make no mistake, whatever you want to call it. And this is a pure quote from Lips. Okay? And it was followed by, it will be World War III. And then was like,
Right.
we're giving all this money to the Ukraine. Wait, what?
And bringing all these guns and weapons over there. Did we not learn our lesson in Afghanistan? Did we not learn our lesson in Afghanistan? Bringing all that shit over there that we know we can't get back.
Right, right.
So we can say we're letting them loan it and borrow it all we want till the cows come home, but that is a lie. And we are giving it to them.
That is a lie.
Yeah, because we just giving it to them. Shit. And charging us for it.
Yes, ma'am.
So something's got to give with that, too.
That's happening. It's been happening. So, that being stated, Monday. We might have another chance on Monday. Yes, she's actually the lady to ask that. Are we still looking like we're going to be on Monday for Aurora?
Yeah, we should be, because the big flare came through this weekend on Friday, I believe. And so that wind should be coming tonight, tomorrow. So it could be, like, a lot of times, because they do everything in Zulu time, they could mean tonight, but the date would be tomorrow. Right. Does that make sense? Right, because they do everything in Zulu time. So yes, it is a potential. Let me look at what they're saying to just even right now. Because it's been popping off.
It has.
We're still at KP4 right now. KP5 in 1 hour. And you guys are KP7. So it would have to at least go up that high. But look, let me tell you what. Lately, that doesn't matter. I'm telling you, lately, that doesn't matter. So I know they're lying about how much solar wind is coming in, because let me tell you what. Shit's showing up when the numbers aren't good enough. Shit's showing up when the data isn't there, and that's not possible unless the solar wind is coming through. I think they also just don't want to mention how much is coming through, because people would start freaking out. Because, like, the one night, yes, that we got up to KP7, but there's been a couple other nights that people have gotten Aurora down there on nights where you shouldn't have, because we've only gotten one night that's been KP7.
Right.
So even if sometimes it might just be worth going out and checking, because all you have to do is try to take a picture at the sky towards the north, and it'll show if it's there. I mean, you guys are in a unique position where it needs to be strong enough because of how high you are. You know, you're at 8,000 feet, and then you got 14,000 foot mountains, so you got, how many more thousand feet above you blocking your horizontal view. But you should be able to check it out.
Yeah, no, we do. We have clear view of the Milky Way.
No, the other night I was able to view one of those planets, like, Jupiter.
Jupiter and
Venus.
Venus. Jupiter and Venus. It was
So
Jupiter.
I couldn't figure my telescope thing out, but I got to see balls of it.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, they say right now that if you were to look at a map of all the planets, they are all perfectly aligned.
Yes.
For one of the first times. And that should make people nervous and concerning. And this is maybe where we should cut in to, like, moon news and stuff, because I just feel like it will tell me what I need to know.
Right. Okay. Let's do March moon news. So the March full moon, crow, chase, crust, sugar, worm, and sap. The sap moon says that It's time to accumulate and collect on your fulfilled promises that should be rolling in from February's new moon cycle and the new moon, well, February's full moon cycle with the new moon cycle behind that. Because they've been playing off of each other very well lately. And this cycle is going to, this particular full moon cycle is actually going to be writing out the rest of those emotional romancy kind of vibes that were all over February. And it's going to do more of the renewal of relationship vibes. We're going to begin to lead through some techniques to find balance with your everyday functions, routines, physical and spiritual, health, infinity, disorder, and the call for order all need to be balanced. We also need to remember that our spiritual selves, more in this moon cycle, the full moon cycle of March, there is going to be some sort of crisis type situations. Now, these can range from things like a Jiminy Cricket conscience kind of crisis to a sudden like realization of what we lack in life kind of crisis. However, it's going to be part of you on a path of immense opportunities that's going to allow you to explore your emotional needs in context of the household. It's still going to remind you not to lose sight of and continue forward with balance between work, service, practical, and impractical. And it's going to lead to the illumination between criticism and acceptance in your own experiences, though. Okay, because everybody's experiences are going to be different. Okay, however, remembering that this is still a very emotionally driven moon cycle. Okay, do not be deceived. All of your feelings that were mentioned before and are emotionally, any of your emotional revelations that are bursting into your consciousness right now, you're going to need to first like think it over maybe a little bit and wait maybe, because the next 2 weeks of the moon cycle, people are about to learn and what that means to release these things from your system. So,
well, you know, it's interesting that you say that, because we went through some interesting 5D energies with the Schumann resonance in the last week that basically leveled everybody up. And if they're not willing to take this energy level, it's going to negatively affect them.
Right.
Because we're operating on higher density than before. We've been doing a lot of upgrades with the energy, and people might have been noticing that with the way they've been feeling, tired, or you know, having insomnia, or just many other like ascension style symptoms, but that are very heightened right now. So, you know, if you're not going to learn on those lessons from February, and if you didn't plant the correct seeds then, unfortunately, this season for you right now might be a little rocky and shaky. That is all.
Right. And so we do have to express these feelings. We can't repress them right now. And it must be done in balance and with great caution. Because you need to be careful, because remember, you're not particularly prone to rational thoughts with all the emotional feelings.
Right.
Okay.
Especially if you haven't been working on the things that we've been talking about with January and February moon news. So this is all building upon the previous months, where
Right.
it's like you said at the beginning, the fruits of your labor are going to now be reaped.
Hard.
So if you didn't reap nothing, you ain't gonna. If you didn't sow nothing, you're not gonna reap nothing right now. So remember that too.
Exactly.
If you feel like I'm not right, if I'm not reaping anything in this, at this time, did you sow anything?
Right.
So it's something to definitely think about and take into consideration. Um, just be mindful.
Right. And pump them brakes. Pump them brakes, lovelies, because we need to be on a high alert and listening for intuitive thoughts leading to the eye-opening awarenesses in work, habits, health, and routines. This worm moon is the final full moon of winter.
Oh, isn't that exciting, y'all? That's exciting.
So right before spring equinox and the vernal equinox is March 20th, the start of the spring equinox, and will carry you through the last part of the moon cycle, leading us into April's pink moon vibes on April 6th. Overall, the March moon cycle is still carrying these very heavy, emotional, needy vibes.
Well,
But
which makes sense. I mean, it's Pisces, we're in the month of March.
right,
They're kind of overly emotional, needy.
and
And I
it's a
think Saturn is going into Pisces this month as well. And we know what Saturn does. He's a destroyer.
and it's a very good
So,
and hopefully lucrative and fertile way with this crow moon leading into the astronomical spring and the end of the astronomical winter. The new moon, which is going to be on March 21st and starting toward that April energy. This worm moon will not be setting Easter's date this year. The pink moon of April will be doing that this year. So this is a no compromise feeling moon and going to lead to action taking, and it won't be fooling around. And that need for safety is going to be directly linked to order and clarity, still with high sustaining emotion. So all of that needs to get so that need to get those imperfections cleared away. You need to take more self-tolerance and be a little bit more self-tolerant. You need to declutter the chaotic and disorganized things. Not a good time for surgery, so don't go there. And remember that we are not in control, and our expectations may be too much, and you might be trusting, or that trusting in the universal consciousness and allowing it to do just what it does without questioning it right now. You need to be faithful. This moon cycle to self and others, as well as spiritual and physical, you're going to see the need for that spring renewal or spring clean. Love, these things get so winter cluttered and disorganized that the to-do list will start rolling in. With need for order approaching, you need to keep in mind that you want to work smarter, not harder this year. That reboot feeling is strong in this moon cycle. and you should take heed. So just keep on living, lovelies, and roll it with it, baby, into the April pink moon.
And that's funny that you mentioned that, because wasn't I just saying before we got on air, about certain aspects, we need to reboot, we need to reorganize, we need to get all on the ball, we need to have some order. It's just funny that naturally, if you have, not saying that I'm perfectly on the right track, right? But that just naturally I'm aligning with this.
Right.
Before I even heard it.
So,
the last few months have been dead on, which, just lets me know personally, because I've been feeling like, am I doing things right? But I think a lot of times we don't give ourselves enough credit.
right.
I think we feel like, things must happen an extreme perfectionism way, right? Like it was talking about.
Right.
But I think we do need to give ourselves that room of grace.
Well,
That any action towards things is trying.
April's full moon is going to be April 5th.
Okay, yeah.
It is known as pink sprouting grass.
Hey, Cass.
Okay. Now,
hey, Casimiro.
this
Welcome
will
in.
be the first spring full moon for this year.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because we just hit meteorological spring on the 1st of March, and then astronomical spring is going to occur at the equinox.
As well, this beautiful pink moon is setting Easter's date this year, and it will be April 9th.
Mm-hmm.
And it is in Libra. So this is still going to be holding more promise of fulfillments from the last moon cycle. If you kept, in March, that first spring, still going to be riding those Twitter-pated feelings, fertilization, or in epiphany are going to be heightened. Emotional vibes still flowing. Seems to be a big emotional theme this year, and this also keeps
there are really big emotions between people and situations this year. That is seen. I've been noticing it just in people's personal lives, and other situations where it is highly emotionally charged, and not necessarily even in bad ways, but just high energy, intense energy.
Okay, so keeping that in mind, where was I? Shoot. Epiphanies, relationships, dramas, all due to emotional vibes still flowing. Seems to be a big emotional theme this year. It also keeps logic dampened down, and thoughts are not always leading to rational behaviors, but irrational action instead. So, learning compromise this full moon cycle in relationships and all things. Maintenance, compromising, grace, negotiation, and balance. So, that balance must be kept of self-need and partner needs, independence and autonomy, dependent versus compliability, and the moon cycle is going to introduce feelings of diplomatic equality focused on fairness to value and authenticity over tactfulness fairness to, over tactfulness, and be energized by self-independence. Epiphanies on your relationship level will become prominent now as we experience revelations of self relationships leading to healing pathways for yourself. This moon cycle going of gaining a better balance and looking for feedback and the acknowledgement of it within the means of your own relationships. So we will be feeling less burdened and freer this pink full moon. All this is rolling us toward the next moon cycle, the new moon, which will also be a solar eclipse in Aries, no less, on April 20th. Then on April 21st, Mercury will roll into retrograde. So you know what that means. This new moon is the second for the year and the last in Aries. It's the first solar eclipse in Aries since 2015. And this calls for life-changing events, leading old to make ways for the new. This is calling for some fresh starts. Also, will lead to those pesky emotions again. But now they will be uncertain and wanting to rush into decisions and problem solving unnaturally quickly. You have no deadlines. If you have aligned and followed the flow of the moon news. So do not rush. Slow down, make strong and good choices. Don't react, respond. Think things through right now. Proceed on your own timetable comfortably. Again, no surgeries during this full moon cycle, leading you towards the May full moon cycle. Effects of the solar eclipse will be in flow for 6 months or longer, putting emphasis on the personal plans, coverage, self-assertion, strong focus, and independence. Long-term changes are coming forth in these areas. This cycling mix will bring about challenge to issues around independence and personal courage. Now will be a good time to continue that self-mastery and empowerment by ridding yourself of the things undermining to you. This cycle mix will bring forth where we have not been true to our authentic selves. Now is the time to be supported, to make changes and endings needed for self-growth and knowing that you can handle the changes. Still going towards enterprising, being straight, no repressing, sincere, brave, and incorporating all this into reality in your own life to take action and be new, be innovative. This new moon cycle moves with confidence and zest. That time for true assertiveness has arrived. To change your life, start the new projects, and discover your personal courage. This is a time to relevate your own relationships with yourself, to make important life changes, acting on hunches, taking risks this cycle. We learn through experience as well as actions. So be adventurous with your self-exploration. This solar eclipse energy with the new moon is so intense for things of self, leading us to discover benefits of expressing self-authenticity, who we really are. No repression, no mask, no lies. Learning to rely on yourself and loving it, leading to your inner happiness, knowing you can be self-sufficient without blaming anyone for not helping you.
Well,
Self-revelation.
you know what? That's the thing though. I'm gonna stop you right there though, because that's the thing with a lot of people lately though. I've noticed this. This is a theme in a lot of people that they really don't like who they are.
Yes.
They feel like something's not good enough. They feel like they've done something or they're not doing so. Look, people have to remember there's no one way to do life.
Right.
And especially the internet has definitely taught me that society and the way people live their lives is very group dependent. Where you live, who you grew up around, who you interact with. And not everybody has those same experiences. So you can feel like your family or your friends or your community are pushing you to live a certain way. But when it comes down to it, you could go 10, 20 miles away and nobody's living like that. And you're putting this pressure on yourself for no reason.
Right.
So we have to be mindful of that too. Right? You know what I mean? Like, there's no one way to live life. There's no one manual. Everybody's going to have an opinion about what they believe is right or wrong. And so we have to start finding it within ourselves to stand in our own truth, like it was saying, and be like, you know what? I maybe don't clean my house like everybody else. You know what? That's okay, because I don't have to. I don't do this or that. And guess what? I don't have to.
Right.
People have to be okay with that and not feel like, oh, well, society says I should do XYZ, or my mom says I should do XYZ, or this person thinks I should do XYZ, so I should be doing that.
Or I feel that because I did XYZ, that everybody else has to do XYZ too.
Right. Now, that's true, too. That's true, too, because not everybody's going to do it the same way.
They may be doing ABC instead, and their way ain't wrong neither. You need to mind your business and stay in your lane.
Right. People get wrapped up in that, and we're all guilty of it at times.
True.
We're all guilty of it at times.
True.
But we need to start being. We are, honestly, we really are. Everybody does it, and if you say you don't, you lying.
Right. And self-revelation through experience, that's going to break a routine. And our new and become new and fresh. Some obstacles are going to clear this moon cycle as you struggle with fear and ambition. This is still going to lead you to encourage the courage, good sense of opportunity, to be resourceful, good time for self-growth and improving yourself through experience, which is how we know anything. Innovative new cycle. Innovative new journeys that will start this mix of cycles. We want to act quickly, but we must refrain. No jumping to conclusions or guesswork this full moon cycle. Consider the feelings of others and their reactions, because they may not take the time to respond.
Right. Or responding kind the way you think they will.
Right. So we need to learn.
You kind of got to meet people where they are right now, is what I'm hearing.
And we need to learn the difference between being assertive in a healthy and confident way rather than a blind and brash with false bravery and confidence way. All of these energies.
But if that person hasn't done the work either, it's hard, because they might not be at the mental capacity level and understanding level to understand how you're trying to say it to them, so they take it offensively too. So don't take it to heart if somebody reacts negatively, because it might not always be your delivery if they haven't done the work.
Correct. Now also, all of these energies are leading to long-term beneficial life changes, paying more attention to circumstances, flaws in substantial systems will reveal in your lives during the energy. You need to restart. Allow things to end so that new things can begin. May need to give up some things to receive some things. You dig? Greater to be able to move forward to start the next chapter. Surrender to the unknown, no matter how unrecognizable it seems. Although it's unknown territory, we have an advantage. Major personal development seems to be the ongoing theme for this month of April. So this will lead to the continuous movement in the next months. The solar eclipse is rare, so make sure you keep a lookout and try to prepare and watch for it. There will be a ring of fire this eclipse. All in all, we are still flowing toward a fertile and prosperous, albeit challenging year. So, many mixed energies this month, and this Mercury retrograde is going to hit us on April 21st. And it will be more of that weird flowing energy trying to distract you from the positive being brought onto the heels of the bad. So remember that you need a balance and you need to see where your energies are going to lead you for May's moon cycles. And until then, we will keep ourselves as worked to be more refined this month. More self-work and strength and keeping balance with others. That's the full moons.
I agree. I see so many good points of that. Like I said, I'm in that theme of my life right now, so a lot of that fits. And a lot of that I've been learning on my own the last couple weeks, which is probably a good sign because, like we know, moon news kind of likes to overlap a little bit. So even at the end of February, March likes to start even a little early. So um, it makes sense to me. There's been a lot of themes of that with interpersonal conflicts and people having to learn each other's communication styles and deliveries and acceptance of that. Has been a big deal with with my team lately. Like I said, managing 32 people. There's a lot of interconflictive things and people not wanting to meet people where they're at and then becoming too reactive. And then others not being responsive because of it. So it's a very good lesson. I might have to make everybody listen to that because I think it's important. I'm serious because I really need everybody to hear that right now.
Weekly guidance, but it is on JiF's page.
Oh, okay.
Last week's weekly guidance, we'll be doing that in just a moment for this week. But before I do weekly guidance, I want to talk to the Fukushima We Have Not Forgotten segment quick.
Mm-hmm.
So,
oh, did you see that new documentary that came out like 5 days ago? Did I send that to you?
I have not. No, you did not.
I'll send that to you, and then we're gonna watch that and talk about it next week because it's a documentary that came out 5 days ago about Fukushima, and it's like Fukushima 3 days later.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But tonight we're actually going to touch on Chernobyl because there was a very interesting thing. Okay, so they have went and grabbed some of the wild dogs living in Chernobyl.
Oh.
Right. And
right.
they just did the first like DNA testing on them.
Oh.
They have found that their DNA testing. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Is it normal? Who bets it's normal? Anybody? Anybody out there when I want to bet that it's normal? Nope. No, ma'am, no ham, no turkey, no spam. It is completely different. Genetic makeup. Okay, right?
Right.
Now, that being stated, yeah, so that being stated, but they can't say, this is the part I love. This part blows my fucking mind. Their DNA is completely different, but we can't say that that's due to radiation. We can't say that's due to radiation. Okay, listen, I'm not trying to be this person, but guess what, Jess? Okay. Are you ready? There was this huge chocolatey goodness crisis that happened right by Hershey, Pennsylvania. How do you think that fucking happened? I mean, I guess maybe like a steam shovel made it with like a cocoa bean. Or maybe it's a fucking chocolate factory? Okay. Kind of feel that way about this Chernobyl thing. Like, we can't say it's radiation. Bitch, they living in radiation. What's the only difference between them and anything else? Living in radiation. But we can't say that the radiation has caused the change in the DNA. We can't officially say that. We can just say that they changed the DNA. Can you make that make sense? I mean, I can't with that. Like,
Oh, interesting. Casimiro said Ray's going to talk about Fukushima on March 15th, free on Unified, which is a channel that I was looking at. They had a lot of interesting doodads, but you got to pay for it, and it's like $8 a month. But if that's going to be free, everybody should watch that. And this dude is like cloaked, right? So he doesn't show his face, right?
right.
But he's got some interesting details that perked me up the other night when I saw this ad for this channel. So it's interesting that he brought that up. But I mean, back to the chocolate disaster. I mean, I don't know how that happens. I mean, very carefully.
The chocolate disaster. Yeah,
I mean, was it a
maybe a chocolate cow ran away, or maybe it's damn chocolate factory.
Yeah, that could be.
So it's like, I mean, being like, and that's the same thing as being like, oh, they have different DNA coming out, but we can't say that it's from the radiation. We can't say that. It might not be. What?
It might not be.
Yeah, it might not be. No,
Right.
I'm pretty sure it's the radiation. I mean,
Yeah.
they're like, tested them, the DNA is different, but we can't. No. Mm-mm. No, it's the radiation, bitch. That's the only difference between them and the other dogs. Period. You shut up right now. Okay, so that's what I wanted to cover. Because the article's very like kind of strung out about that, and it doesn't like go in too deep into anything. It just says that the DNA was tested, the DNA came out, it came back different, and that they really just they can't say that it's from the radiation. And that just was like, you know what, I'm done with this. Like, yes, Kaz. I see. Okay. So now, mm, mm, we did that. Um, let's do our weekly guidance. Let's do that. Now, last week, was White Tara with purification and telling us to get. I was going to put her back into the box. Did you see that? I was like, bitch, you are going in box prison. I'm not really going to do that to you, though, Tara. We love you, and we appreciate you and your messages. She came up last week for purification, and just basically was reminding us all that we need to We need to, you know, start that recycling mode and clearing out and getting cleaned up and feeling the new renewal vibes. Right, right, right. Oh, Scarlet. I knew it. I knew it. See? She's gone. She just disappeared. Like poof, piddly do.
Okay, am I back now?
You are.
Thank you.
We're about to do weekly guidance.
I knew that. I heard you, but it just like kicked me out right as you were like Scarlet, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not there." Okay, all right.
Yeah, because I wanted to make sure you were here.
I was there, but then I wasn't.
Guidance. Guidance.
Yeah, we're here for it.
Guidance has oddly really been in very good
Interesting.
harmony with the moon news. Or have been coming out in very good harmony like that.
Right. Oh, interesting. We'll have to talk more about that, Kaz. Because I've been focusing a lot on weather, but we got to focus back on some of this other stuff because things are starting to get real tight and tense out here.
Right?
They're getting
So
sneaky with how they're going about this. So let's find out what our weekly guidance is.
this is Mahakohone Ragose, who has come up, and this is the teacher.
Ah.
Okay. He was the divine director and spiritual teacher. One of his main students was Saint Germain. That's why we would know him. And we would
Okay,
call
all right.
him for esoteric learning and spiritual teaching and efforts towards world peace.
Hmm.
The message is teacher, and it's about learning and teaching. So we've learned a lot from experience and relationships. So now it's time to pass the knowledge to the others around you. That current situation that is going to bring you opportunities for your spiritual growth, and it's going to be teaching you some very important life lessons. So as soon as you understand and accept those lessons, your old patterns are going to drop away and they're going to be replaced by some very wonderful and new experiences. So if there is a person and or a situation that has been it's going to bring you some very important life lessons. So you need to be asking yourself this week, what's the blessings that this situation has brought to me? Your life purpose is going to involve teaching this week, and you need to forgive a teacher from your past so that you can go forward and teach others the lessons that you have learned. That is our weekly guidance.
Interesting. I don't know where that comes into play, but that'll be interesting to watch it play out.
Right, right. Okay. And it goes right in alignment with all of our moon news of assertiveness and not repressing and letting things out, reaping your reward
And new patterns.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it does fit with the moon news and themes, so it makes sense that weekly guidance would be right on point with that.
Right? So with that, we're going to go right into the spiritual, which we're doing a little bit of heaven thing because it's leading us into this next little segment that we're going to do about the like friendships and relationships and how all of the moon news and how weekly guidance and now this is all going to tie together to come together to be maybe answering some things that we've been seeing a lot in the algorithm.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So what I chose to talk about this week spiritually is heaven. There's a lot of reasons for this. I'm sure that you've been seeing a lot of stuff on Facebook right now around the thought of heaven, the
There's
idea of
been a lot of spiritual conversations. Now, mind you, let's just talk about that for like 2 minutes before we really dive into this. There is something going on right now.
right.
The last month, there is this spiritual uptick,
Yeah.
a spiritual rebirth, so to speak.
Yes.
A lot of people, but we've also seen a lot of people denouncing certain things. A
Yes.
lot of so-called Christians who are being ultra fundamentalist Christians, and it's
Very,
concerning me though.
very judgmental.
Yes, extremely judgmental. Like if you watch this TV program, you are evil. And if you don't denounce said evil TV program, you are now evil and a part of the problem. Like it is getting to an extreme level that, yes, I do think for some people it could help them, not consuming certain types of TV or media. But at the same time, forcing that on people and telling them that they are shameful and bad is wrong.
Right.
And it is not what Jesus asked, and it is not of what the disciples talked about in the Bible. It was not how they explained to spread the good news.
No, ma'am.
And also, people like, do you believe a lot of these same Christians say they don't believe in the concept of hell, but yet you say that people would be condemned for
we are going to be discussing that whole thing that you just said, heaven and hell.
Well, yeah, because people are basically saying if you watch XYZ or if you let your children see XYZ, you are shameful and you're going to go to hell. But at the same time, they're like, I don't believe in hell, but yet God is going to punish you.
Right.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
this is why I chose and Scrappy helped me. This is why we chose to do tonight's spiritual segment in what we did because people have lost sight of some things, right? So in my great book, The Aquarian Gospels, okay. Chapter 33, we want to jump to verse 3 for anybody who may have it and follow along. But it says, Jesus spoke to one and said, "Why are you all so sad? Have you no happiness in life?" The man replied, "We scarcely know the meaning of that word. We toil to live and hope for nothing else but toil, and bless the day when we can cease our toil and lay us down to rest in Buddha's city of the dead." Jesus' heart was stirred with pity and with love for these poor toilers. And he said, "Toil should not make a person sad. Men should be happiest when they toil. When hope and love are back of toil, then all of life is filled with joy and peace, and this is heaven. Do you not know that such a heaven is for you?" The man replied, "Of heaven we have heard, but then it's so far away, and we must live so many lives before we reach that place." And Jesus said, my brother man, your thoughts are wrong. I mean, I don't want to tell you you're wrong, but they're wrong, right? Okay. You're wrong over there, and you're wrong here. So your heaven is not far. It's not far. Heaven's not far. And it's not a place of meets and bounds, and it's not a country that you reach. It's a state of mind, a state of being. God never made a heaven for man. He never made a hell. We are the creators. We make our own. Now cease to seek for heaven in the sky. Open up the windows of your hearts, and like a flood of light, a heaven will come and bring a boundless joy. And then toil will be no cruel task. The people were amazed and gathered close to hear this strange young master speak. Now, it's a state of mind. It's not somewhere that we should be fighting to reach. It's something that we should be fighting to create. And stop doing the things that are creating our hells, which falls right into alignment of don't repress, express, get it out, turn your things around, find your balances, elevation, renewal, right? So
Right.
then it goes on to say that imploring him to tell them more about Father God, about the heaven that men can make on earth, about this boundless joy. And Jesus spoke in parables, but he said, man possesses a field. The soil's hard and poor. Constantly toiling, he can scarcely provide enough food to keep his family from want. But one day a miner who can see beneath soil, in passing on his way, says to the poor man with the unfruitful field, and he said, weary toiler, my brother, do you know not that just below the surface of your field is treasures that lie concealed? And plow and sow and reap in scanty ways. Day by day you tread upon a mine of gold and precious stone. And this wealth lies not upon the surface of the ground, but if you dig into that rocky soil and you delve deep into that earth, you will no longer till the soil for nothing. And this man believed the miner, surely he would know, and so he will find treasures hidden in his field. So then he digs away the rocky soil and he goes deep down in the earth and he finds a mine of gold. Jesus says the sons of men are toiling hard on a desert plain of burning sands and rocky soil. And they're not doing what Father did. They're not dreaming they can do anything else. Behold, a master comes and tells you of hidden wealth. Underneath your rocky soil of carnal things are treasures that no man can count. In the heart of the richest gems around, he who wills may open up the door and find all of them. The people said, make known to us the way that we may find the wealth that lies within the heart. Jesus opened up the way. These toilers saw another side of life, and toil became joy. So, again, it goes into that reaping what you're sowing, like we've been saying. Creating that heaven within the heart. Now we're going to jump to chapter 38, verse 13 to 26 here. And they thought that he had come to, stir up strife among the Samaritans. They're talking about Jesus. And so they sent an officer to bring Jesus to the synagogue so that he could give a reason for the presence within town, right? Jesus says, go to them, priests and the rulers of the synagogue, and tell them, I'm not engaged in any crime. I come to bind up broken hearts, to heal the sick, and cast the evil spirits out of the obsessed. Tell them that their prophets spoke of me, and that I have come to break no law, but to fulfill the highest of laws. The man returned, and he told the priest and the ruler of the synagogue what Jesus said. So the rulers were amazed, and they went, and the priests gathered, and they went to go see Jesus in the marketplace. And when he saw them, Jesus said, behold, the honored men of Samaria, the men ordained to lead the people in the way of the right. And I am come to help and not to hinder in their work. There are two classes of sons of men. They who build the human race upon the sure foundation stones of justice, truth, equality, and right, and they who would destroy the holy temple where the Spirit dwells and brings their fellows down to beggary and crime. The holy brotherhood of right must stand united in the airing and stirring of conflicts of the hour. No matter whether they be Jews, Samaritans, Assyrians, or Greeks, they must tamp down beneath their feet all their strife, all their discord, all their jealousy, all their hate, and demonstrate brotherhood of man. Then the rulers of the synagogue spoke and said, united in the cause of right we stand, and divided we will fall. And then he took the ruler by the hand, and a love light filled their souls, and all the people were amazed. Now, one of the things that's been going around a lot lately, and Jess and I just kind of had our own personal little bout. One of the other messages that's kind of been floating around just on natural lips. Okay, not Facebook, not in, just everyday life kind of things, right? Has been friendships and relationships. The acceptance and being of true self and friends, and then faking it to make it, so to speak. Okay. Now, one of the other sayings that Scrappy and I had brought up is that saying, and I'm sure we've all heard it. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. This is the worst advice I have ever heard, ever in my life. Okay, now I used to believe this, but now, in my new understanding of things, and I guess maybe in just growing a little maturity a little bit, I don't feel that that's smart. we attract what we surround ourselves with. So if we surround ourselves with our enemies to keep them close to us, what are we going to attract more of? What are we going to pull more in? And that's when Scrappy was like, frenemies? And I'm like, and who wants that? Who wants that shit? Okay, and it goes into stuff like, guys, we're not like little babies. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what we do. We're not these tiny little like creatures that need, well, some of us are. Okay, I guess that's true. Some of us are. But we shouldn't be. Okay. So just saying that, like, for instance, we have this like moment where we're like, we have to okay, we told our friend something, and then our friend goes and does something else, and you're like, hey, yo, friend, and they're like, oh yeah, well, I'm doing this, and you're like, whoa, can I join you? And they're like, oh, well, it's this. Oh, okay, cool. And then you talk to them later and you find out like they were with a group of your friends. Right, a group of your friends, and you wrap around that, and you're like, wait, so you didn't want to do anything with me or let me join you, but you were with a group of mutual friends of ours. What the hell? You couldn't just be honest and be like, well, we're already out. We don't feel like waiting, or we made reservations for only this many, or whatever. But, or, just flat out, if you don't want me there, just say you don't want me there. But don't be Bakey McBakersons being like, oh, but, right, or whatever, like, and me and you have been saying it a lot, Scarlett, and so Scrappy and I, like, you either fuck with somebody and see, and this is the thing, okay, and this is the other thing that's been irritating my soul lately. I'm sure it's been irritating other people's souls lately, okay, because this is the time of, like, getting it all out, not repressing. So here it comes, okay, listen, don't be all like, I don't fuck with them. I don't like them. I don't want nothing to do with them. And then 2 days later, be all up all over everything, being like, oh, me and this person went here, 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 and there. And you're like, what the fuck just happened there? And they'd be like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. We can just,
No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay. Because look, okay, now it's different if you work on a relationship over time and shit gets better. But the people we're talking about are specifically these ones who are super vocal about their distaste. Okay,
yes,
but then in the same breath, are all up in it. Okay, like say they don't like this person or say they don't like this thing, and literally like the next day, the next week, they're right back in it. Like I said, it's different if you rebuild bridges on relationships, and because in the end, if we're supposed to follow, Jesus, everybody should be able to be forgiven, right?
right,
He even forgave Judas's bitch ass who snitched on him, at the
right,
Last Supper. You know what I'm saying? So like,
right,
even if people have stolen from you or done the most, you at some point you should be able to get to the point of forgiveness, right? You
right,
don't
right,
have to let them do that shit to you again, but you could
right,
come to the point of forgiveness, and everybody's going to have what they think is their level of forgiveness, and everybody's going to have what they feel is their level of acceptance, right?
right.
So, but I'm tired of these people because they seem to be the most vocal, but yet are the most willing to just throw everything they said to the most hypocritical too in the same way, I guess is the best way to say it.
Yes.
Because here
And
they are not walking the walk and talking the talk, but yet have so much to say.
they're wishy-washy in accordance of who they are around at the time that they are speaking.
True. Yes,
And
that
that's
chameleon personality.
again, if you're all like, oh, I don't like this person, and then, oh, I'm out hanging out with this person, and then being like, oh, but wait, no, I really don't like this person. Oh, but they have this thing that I need right now, so I'm gonna like this person right now. No, you either fuck with them or you don't fuck with them. Make up your mind, but it should be one or the other. You do not use people out of convenience. You don't
Right.
bring your authentic self to somebody's carnal self because you think you want something that they have. That's giving into your own carnal being.
Mm. No,
We don't want that. We don't want that. That's bullshit. We don't want that.
that's true.
Nobody wants that. But
Right.
and the other thing that I also feel not good advice being given out a lot right now is match the energy. Match the energy. Match the energy. Okay, listen, to a degree, yes. But if we keep matching the energy, nothing's ever going to change. You can't clean dirt with dirt, homie.
Mm.
You can't. Right, right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you ain't never going to clean grease with grease.
You try.
You just going to make it more greasy. So you ain't going to fix an energy with matching that energy. You're just going to draw in more of that energy. Don't be doing this to yourself. Stop it. This is why we're saying that it's time to work on self. You see, this is it. This is it right here. Because, you know, these fake friends or frenemies, and that's another thing. People be all like, don't be calling busy people fake friends. We're not 17 and we're no, listen. How about fake people stop hiding behind the word busy? How about that? Okay? Again, you either fuck with them or you don't fuck with them. There's no like, oh, maybe wishy-washy shit. Okay? If you don't freaking harmonize, stop gonging around. If the gong doesn't fit, take it out. If it clashes, remove it. Maybe later your songs will come together back in harmony. But if you ruin the whole song by continually gonging where you do not belong in the rhythm, you will ruin the entire song. And you won't be able to come back together in a harmonized manner at a later date. But it's also okay, and people need to understand this. It's okay to be like, hey, listen, I don't fuck with you because we don't vibe like that. We're not vibratorily acceptant of each other right now. That's okay. You can tell somebody that. You can tell somebody, hey, listen, right now, we ain't cool. I don't feel cool with you. You don't really feel cool with me. I think we should, like, maybe take a break, take some time off, see where we come back together later. These are all acceptable. Don't keep lying to people. Don't keep trying to hold on to shit that you shouldn't be holding on to no more. It's time to let that shit go. Let it go and let the Lord, the universe, Buddha, whoever you want to call him.
I was going to say, let God, let God.
You know, let him handle the business. Because that's what we need to do. That's really what we need to do. right? So I'm just saying, this should be crazy in this world.
Well, everything is wild right now, and people are really intense. And I think it's because, people were locked in for 2 years. They didn't sort their feelings out. It changed a lot of the way people interact. And now we have certain restrictions on life. I mean, food costs more. They were just talking about how it's basically cheaper to go out to eat than it is to buy groceries now, which is honestly true. I can go to my local little mom and pop restaurant,
right,
and get breakfast or lunch for under $10,
right,
be full, and have leftovers.
right.
And you can't go to the store for $10 barely and make a meal for your family anymore.
Well, okay, but you can, because I have been doing it.
You can, but it's starting to get rough. I mean, you go and buy chicken.
Now.
Yeah, you have to be on top of everything. You got to go to multiple stores.
Yes. Well, no.
So think about how much meat. Think about how much even just meat has increased.
Do you know? Well, see,
think about how much just condiments have increased.
Okay, I'm not feeling the meat push right now because we've got a lot of meat. We've still been blessed with a lot of meat, so I haven't really been buying a lot. So I'm not feeling
right.
But do you know
yeah.
what has saved me a ton of fucking money? You'll never believe this, but simply staying the fuck out of Walmart.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I haven't been shopping at Walmart for a while, but
the last time
I go to Aldi.
In Walmart, I was actually sent into Walmart for somebody else. One of my neighbors needed to pick up a prescription for her, so I went to Walmart.
Now, if I need something specific that I know other stores don't carry, I will go there to get it. But other than that, no.
Yeah, okay, see, and that's where I am, but I have learned so far that there's nothing I can't find in another store if I need to.
We don't have the same type of store setup as you guys do either, though.
I know. And, but I have literally not gone into Walmart to shop since January, and listen, my bill has gone up.
But see, I have to for certain stuff. Certain grooming stuff I can't get anywhere else. Certain house stuff I can't get anywhere else.
I actually have found better grooming stuff at Safeway than Walmart.
See, I don't have another store that's cheaper that I could go to. That's the problem. The only other grocery store in town is ultra high expensive, like going to Swatch Market.
Yeah, I get it. I know.
So you'd be like, no. So you can't even do that. And then Aldi doesn't sell a lot of grooming products, but everything else is ultra cheap. So we're able to survive shopping there.
What I've learned is where Safeway used to be more expensive than Walmart, Safeway is now cheaper than Walmart.
Yeah, but Safeway also had a merger with other large grocery groups in the past couple years, and so their buying power is honestly probably about the same as Walmart now. And right. Walmart says they can't control the theft at their stores right now, to where they're starting to shutter stores all across the country now.
Oh, dude, listen.
And they said if people don't stop stealing, they're gonna just close the stores.
That's that. Okay, up here, our Walmart in Alamosa is not even cashing checks and hasn't been for months. And they have been, there's been a shooting there, there's been a robbery there, there's been an attempted child kidnapping there. There was this huge breakout.
I heard about the little kidnapping.
What?
I said I heard about the kidnapping.
Yeah, that was
the attempted kidnapping. People be out of control nowadays too, though. But But even if you do go there, you can't afford anything, though. You go and try, and you have to start eating different too, because I'm telling you, you can't go get, a $5 bag of Doritos and shit
Yes.
And that's how much a regular bag costs now. This is why I like Aldi though, because I can go there and get $1.99 chips that are dye free and that don't have bullshit ingredients and synthetic colors and all that shit. And their chips be like $2. So how come they can make their shit so cheap, but everybody else can't? And it tastes the same, and it don't have all the bullshit ingredients. So you can't tell me it can't be done.
This is why I've been starting these little segments during the show, like we're about to do. So funny that you should mention the whole food thing right now, because it's about to flow into the pickling section and our segment of the show. And pickling is pickling. Like right now, we're actually talking about pickles, but pickling just means pickling or canning. Period. Like kind of like the old school, get back to your food roots.
Oh yeah, like fermenting, and that's the thing too. People did save a lot more of that shit, and if we're gonna have to turn back to like Depression era style kind of recipes,
because most of the shit that they're feeding us anyway isn't even food. So let's start there,
right?
And then the fact that they're doubling the prices on the food that they're not even giving us.
Right. Or the food that they are giving us, like vegetables and fruits and fucking meats, they're trying to charge us out of the wazoo to where all we can really want to eat or afford to eat is processed bullshit food. See, they're even edging us out of the good shit.
Right.
Peppers. Where do you ever remember green and yellow and red peppers being like fucking $2 a piece? And it's like 3 for $6 fucking green peppers now.
Yeah.
You used to get like 3 for $3 back in the day, or a little even less.
It was 3 of them for $3.26. I know, because I used to buy them all the time.
Yeah, or they had the 3-pack that you could pay like $2.76 for, even at Walmart, if you got the 3 color pepper, red, green, and yellow, or orange, whatever they put in there. But what happened to that shit? You can't find nothing cheap like that anymore.
I just bought one at Safeway. $5.62.
See what I'm saying?
For that.
See what I'm saying?
That you just said.
Yeah, if you want the 3, you gotta pay the big bucks. I'm telling you, like no bullshit. Like it's.
When I say that you have to stay on top of stuff, so like you can still feed your family cheaply if you're staying on top of it, which means you needed to have built up just a little bit. And as soon as you use something, like you use a can of beans, even if you're like, I may not need beans again for 2 weeks, the next time you at that store, you buy a can of fucking beans and you replace that can of beans, because you never know if next week that same can of beans is going to be $2 more than it was that day that you were in the store.
And everything's going up like that. People were even looking at like the price of ketchup and stuff lately that showed since 2020, they said like, I think it was like Heinz organic ketchup had almost tripled in price.
Yes, ma'am.
But this is why Aldi needs to start opening up more stores though everywhere, because so many areas don't have Aldi. I paid $2.19 for organic ketchup at Aldi, and it's a big container for $2.19. You could get regular ketchup there, $1.19. You could get like Worcestershire sauce $1, steak sauce $1. Fucking, it's all like $1.19. Fucking salad dressing. So I mean, you can get packets of like Italian and ranch seasoning, 50 cents a piece. Shit that everybody else is charging 10 times as much for. So I want to know, number one, how they can do it, why other stores can't, and why we are getting edged out of our lives on food. And when are people going to fight back? Because how are people going to survive? If we're not making more money at our jobs, right? Jobs ain't giving big increases and shit. How the hell are we going to keep surviving if everything just keeps going up?
Right.
Like, logically, we're not getting more hours in our day to work more. So, what? We supposed to have 16-hour-a-day jobs just to eat and live?
Yes.
Like, for real, at what point, you know what I mean? At what point do we call bullshit on this and be like, what the fuck? Like, government's going to have to subsidize it, figure it out, something, because this is starting to get ridiculous. And like I said, and they're cutting off the food help. Food's only getting more expensive. Gas is still ridiculously high. Like, what the fuck? We can't get the gas prices lower?
Oh, man. gas prices.
Like shit, is gas still $3? Is gas $3 there? Because our prices have been more historically even.
$3 gas. Can you send that our way?
Right, about $4.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, I sure. I hope I could. Y'all got $4 gas or something?
Our gas is $4 and up.
Ooh, ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch. We at least got $3.19.
No, ma'am.
And we felt like that was high. Damn. Yeah, exactly. That's the truth. You're not wrong. Yeah, exactly. Even Casimiro said he used to make more meals with peppers. And now, I try to grow them in the summertime as much as I can and then freeze them because they're pretty easy to grow. Honestly, you can even bring those plants in the house during the winter months and they'll still grow. So, something like that people need to start thinking about because there was a lady who said she had a 6-year-old pepper plant that she just keeps bringing inside and out every year.
Right.
So we might have to start doing things like that and grow some more stuff indoors because if everybody started to notice that they have to change their eating habits on stuff that used to be staples.
Right.
And we had to find new, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like we're asking for lobster and filet mignon here.
Right.
Okay? But that's almost just as cheap. I mean, now you buy any freaking type of steak. Steak is ridiculous. Some steak cuts are $25 a pound now or higher for just regular steak. Where you could go out for a steak cheaper. So it's starting to become like, I could go somewhere and get the nightly special for $18-15 for a steak, but at the store I got to pay $25 and I only get the steak. No baked potato, no salad.
Yeah, and to be honest, up here, we have Quincy's, and it is by far cheaper for us to go to Quincy's and pay the set price for $16.09 or whatever. For rib and baked potato and salad.
I paid $23 last night, and it was a giant, and it was the best prime rib I've ever had in my whole life. I am not lying. It was the most seasoned, delicious prime rib I have ever had. I'm not even joking, but that's beyond the point. But I paid $23 for that, and it was a big king size cut. It wasn't the little cut; it was the big cut. And I'd say around here it's between $16 and $23 for either prime rib or a steak dinner, or sometimes even steak and crab. Steak and lobster I've seen as a pairing around here, but nothing's been over like $23 for that. And that's cheaper than me going out and trying to, can you buy a baked potato for that? Can you buy a steak for that? Could you buy a salad for that? With dressing and croutons and cheese and all that for $25 without getting a inferior steak or inferior ingredients. Now restaurants are able to outbuy us. That's fucked up. We used to be able to make something at home cheaper than a restaurant.
Right.
And now restaurants can outbuy us.
Yeah.
We're going to be in soup. People are going to be in soup and bread lines pretty soon because how could, you know what I mean? But like I said, a lot of our local restaurants are really cheap. You could go out and get, like last night, they had half rack of ribs and half a chicken, $16.
Yeah.
And you got a side, you got salad and baked potato and all that. And it's like, why would you even try to make that of yourself anymore? Chicken now, you pay out the wazoo for chicken. And that's if you want to get GMO shitty chicken. If you actually want to get like free range, air chilled, like chicken, you're paying out the wazoo. Even farm chicken. There's people who want you to pay $6, $7, $8 a pound for their chicken.
Right.
Chicken. And then be having 5, 6, 7 pound chickens. So you're talking $45, $50 for one chicken. A chicken. Like, if you actually want quality meat that doesn't have GMOs and bullshit and all that, like, that's messed up. That we're literally having to fight to live to eat. And if you're not trying to find ways to can or sustain or hunt or put shit away or find deals or be like a bargain shopper or coupon shopper or shop around for different things, because like I said, there's multiple stores I go to for different things. Like, I go to Aldi for my dairy products and stuff because you can get cream cheese for $1.35 in like 3-4 different flavors. You can get butter for like $2.65 for the quarters. You know, for whole butter quarters. Shit like that, where it's like certain stuff, I go there and I get that because it's a lot cheaper. But what about everybody else who doesn't have access to stuff like that? Where you got to go to Walmart and a quarter of butter is $6 and shit.
Okay.
Like,
so this is why I'm starting this, segment that I'm doing.
because honestly, it'd probably be cheaper to do whipping cream butter at this price of butter.
Right.
To be honest, it used to not be as cost effective, but it might be now.
Homestead, we should probably call it like the Homestead hack segment. Okay.
Yeah, that's what we should call it.
Okay.
Because remember when we did that a few years ago when we were making the butter out of the cream in the jar and everybody we did it and we were like, yeah, this works. Right. You know, and it worked out well. And you needed some type of marble or something in it to kind of churn it up. But I digress.
Right. Mm-hmm. So,
but it honestly might not be cheaper. But it's like $8 a quart now for whipping cream in some places too, though. So I don't know anymore.
A little cheaper, okay? Because check it out. Right now, I'm in the process. We've got 3 different jars of pickles. Okay. The first jar today is like day 11 that it has been in the fridge. Okay. So what we did was I decided that I wanted to make pickles at home. I decided I was looking this up, and then I ran into a huge sale on cucumbers.
Right. Now,
$3
cucumbers have seemed to remain. Oh, that is a good deal. Because I was going to say they're about $1 still. They've remained relatively cheap this whole time.
3 for $1. So you damn right.
That's a good deal.
Okay, so I got like 6 of them, right? And then
I bought all the stuff to do pickles last year because I was determined to figure out how to do this myself as well. And then I got some weak pickles. So this could also apply if you ever buy a jar of pickles and you're like, man, these ain't it. You can bring them back to life.
Right.
Just know that you can bring them back to life because these tasted so watery. They were the Aldi brand. They were supposedly kosher deal. Girl, these taste like cucumbers and water. And you know I know a pickle and a cucumber. I like to eat both. But this had no pickle flavor. So I added pickling spice. I added some garlic. And then it came with a couple of chili peppers and the pickling spice. And honestly, I've had it in there for 2 weeks now. So I've had it in there for a little longer than you, probably going on like 3 weeks now. And they're delicious. And they've come up with a real nice spicy flavor. You know, kind of like a zesty pickle.
So what
it's good now.
I opened my fridge because I realized that it's not just as easy as having, the cucumbers. I needed all this other stuff that I couldn't get my hands on right now before these cucumbers went bad.
Well, yeah, because at this time of year, it's hard to find, like, I have, like, the ball kosher dill pickle mix and, like, all this stuff that's kind of harder to find at this time of year unless you're ordering online. In a couple weeks, it'll be in all the stores, but right now, it's not.
Exactly. So, I realized I had all these full of plastic pickles.
Right.
In my fridge that were empty.
Right.
So
what do you mean, just with no pickles in it, just the juice?
Right.
The jars weren't empty. The jars were full of brine.
Right. It's in my fridge.
Right.
So I'm like, sauce was already pickle juice. Why not?
I've done it before. One of my favorite brands is Clausen, right? So I like Clausen pickles. I've cut up carrots, celery, and other cucumbers and peppers and put them in that brine, in the pickle juice, and then left the jar in there too. So it also works to pickle vegetables too.
Yeah, so so what I did, the first jar is Vlasic kosher dill spirits, pickle juice.
Okay, yep.
So
All right.
I've my stuff, like I said, it's day 12. I just tasted those. Almost there. And they're crunchier.
Right. Yep. Probably because they're not sitting as long too.
Right. But the flavor is freaking amazing.
Right, the flavor is just as good though. I found this out too, especially with the vegetables. Now, I haven't necessarily redone it with pickles or like with cucumbers very often. A lot of times, the reason why I'm doing it because I don't have any more, but I want pickles, so I use other vegetables. But whatever you're putting in there, the second batch seems to pick up a lot of flavor. And also, a really good brand that this would be really good to do this with, those Bubby's pickles that are fermented. That would be a really good brand to try that with too. You know what I mean? Cutting up your new cucumbers and putting them in there in that fermented broth. You know what I mean? That would brine them fermented.
And so then the second jar is the Polish dills.
Okay, yep. And they got a little bit more zippy bite.
Right. So now they've only been brining for 8 days. I tried one of those.
Not as strong or strong because of the flavor.
It's not strong yet, but it is picking up, and there is the zest to the pickle, and again, crunchier.
Yep. Right, because it's got the zing to it. Yep.
Yeah. This third one is the Vlasic Purely Pickle Kosher Dills.
Okay.
And it was just the juice, and even when I had these, I thought they were weak. Okay.
Right.
Weak pickle. So what I did to these.
Oh, the ones I got were so weak though, dude. Like I've never had a pickle so weak in my life that it tastes like cucumber.
Yeah, I feel like that.
Like it was real.
So I added a little bit of dill and a little bit of garlic to this and I didn't cut these guys into spears. I cut them more into those sandwich stripes.
I like those, the sandwich slices. Those are good.
And I did a couple ovals. Now I'm gonna I'm gonna pull up this little, and they've only been brining for about they're about probably 6 days too. Okay, so they haven't had that long yet, you know what I mean? But I like to try them at the different stages for the show.
Well, yeah, you want to know how long it takes to make them.
Ooh.
And every pickle juice recipe is going to be different.
Oh, girl.
So,
woo!
Those ones is the wood.
Woo! Okay, so when we slice them thin, they pick up flavor a lot faster.
Yeah, and you would think they would too, to be honest. Because more surface area that you're exposing to pick up that flavor.
Those is some dill.
Oh, okay, good. That's good to know. So, and that's only 6 days. So they're the least brine. Yeah, they're the least brine, but you say that from how you're explaining it, they might have the most flavor.
Yes, but I added the dill and the garlic. What I taste the most of, though, is the garlic.
Yeah, see, and I need to add some dill. Now that you bring that up, I got some squeezed dill in the fridge. I might add that to the pickles because that's the one flavor it's like missing. You know what I mean? Because I put the pickling spice, which I highly recommend ordering that because you know what I also found out? That the pickling spice is what's in the little packet of the corned beef.
I see.
Yes. So this is how they've been tricking us all these years. Like, oh, we've been wondering when we make corned beef and cabbage, right? Like, what's so good about that little packet with the corned beef, right?
Right.
Pickling spice.
And
It's pickling spice.
so we also
And like whole pickling spice. And like you can get a big bag of whole pickling spice for under like $10 on the Amazons was where I found mine. And it smells amazing. But it's got some stuff in it that I wouldn't have thought were in that little packet. So it's something that until I guess you've used it, you don't really realize, because I didn't really realize it did all the things that it did until I ordered pickling spice and started trying to use it in these recipes. And now I can't find the damn pickling spice. So I wanted to tell you it's like mustard seed in it. It's like chilies, bay leaf, something else, and that's what's in it. But there's like a bunch of shit in it. Dang. I just had it. Oh, here it is. Okay, so it's pickling spice is mustard seed, coriander seed, dill seed, allspice, peppercorn, bay leaves, and chili peppers.
right.
And they say the basic pickling recipe is just 2 tablespoons pickling spice, the vinegar, and your water, and then like your dill would then make it pickled. But for like making your corned beef and cabbage and all that, that's all your little packet seasoning jam is this shit right here. So I've got Marshall Creek spices. And they give you like a 16-ounce, what they call a refill, but it's huge. It's just a huge bag mix, big pieces, and they give you big giant chili peppers and shit. But I just break those off and just put a little tiny bit because they're hot as hell. So you gotta watch out because they're like spicy. But it's good. But I highly recommend. So it doesn't matter. So it depends on if you have just jars of pickle juice or if you happen to have pickling spice or somebody who has the dill pickle mix or whatever. Use what you got. And then you can always add stuff to it.
Right.
Like your dill, like your garlic, and then let it sit for a day. I mean, the worst that's going to happen is it's going to make some more flavors, to be honest.
That's what I'm going to say. The reuse of brine, no matter what I think that you choose to use, no matter if it's the generic pickles that you bought or whatever, if you get yourself your own cucumbers, which usually will not cost more than $1 or so, you can reuse it and reconstitute and make your own pickles this way.
Yep.
Okay.
It works. Unless you have some weak old broth, though, because then you're going to have to add some seasoning to it. Other than that, though, yeah, you should be able to reuse it on. You can even do pickled eggs. If you like pickled eggs, or
yeah. Now
vegetables, or
we said that we were also going to be looking into making stuffed olives. And I was hoping to have been able to report that I was able to do this and accomplish this. And instead, no, I was not. The main problem is because I cannot find the green queen olives anywhere around me. I need to order them online. So until I can do that, I won't.
Oh yeah, see, a lot of places here have those like olive bars where you could get them big old olives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. Because we do have a couple grocery stores that have that.
Safeway used to, but they did away with it because I guess people were coming in and picking olives and eating them. Like without paying.
Right.
But anyways, so I said that we were I did investigate it. I did research it. It is possible. I just got to order in the green queen olives because yes, I did find pitted green olives that I could have possibly bought, but they're still like $3 and some odd cents as opposed to, now I still got to wait for them as opposed to, $12 for an entire like gallon of them online. So yeah, I will be waiting and order them online. But meanwhile, I did also find the Lindsay brand. And right now I happen to have the organic, crisp and savory green olive stuffed with garlic. They are completely non-GMO, gluten-free, no artificial flavors, no artificial colors. Um, all that vegan, cholesterol free. Listen, y'all, these are some of the best damn olives I have ever had. Ever. They're super delicious. Now what I have noticed about these over other olives that I have purchased, the only difference is that these are in what they call spirit vinegar and water instead of just straight water and salt. So they're using spirit vinegar, water, and salt with organic olives and organic garlic. And I'm sure that the organic parts make a difference too, but that brine is going to make the biggest difference. So I'm definitely keeping this jar of brine, and I'm definitely going to try to reconstitution use it when I order in the olives. Okay, meanwhile, instead of doing olives, we get to do a brand new thing that is going to be a new segment because a big change is happening in my world that I'm super excited about. And I really get to take you guys on this fantastical tour or journey. I have become a bee owner. I am officially a beekeeper. Like, I have my own hive, I have my own colony now. And we decided we didn't want them like here on the property because, well, we have reasons. And we didn't really feel like we had a lot right now to keep bees happy. But you don't say no to another fellow homesteader offering you a free bee colony and a hive and equipment. Okay? It's just not something that you do. So, we got together with another associate of ours. I know. And he has graciously given me a spot in bee heaven for my new venture. And so this new segment that we're going to do, because I'm going to take you guys on this bee venture with me and learning to do all things bees and do this, is going to be the bee easy segment, because everybody thinks bees are super hard to take care of, and really they're not. Really, I think the biggest part of it is going to be maintaining.
Not getting stung?
No, getting stung really by honeybees is not that much of a fear, because once a honeybee stings you, they die.
Oh, that's right.
Their life is over. So their last resort is to sting you. They really have to feel like you're threatening them. So this Be Easy segment, our first one, I thought would be fitting to do all about the queen bee and what I have researched about queen bees. And it's actually very interesting, the things that I learned, because I thought that I knew some things that I didn't necessarily know and was kind of incorrect about, that now I have learned the correct workment of. So, the worker bees actually determine the queen, what her lifetime is, and the time of her reigning in the hive.
Oh yeah, bees are power to the people. Like if the people don't agree, she out, and they will oust her, and they will pick a new one.
She is at the mercy.
If she's not
Yeah,
of
she's
the
at the
workers,
mercy of the worker bees always.
you know,
So
so
when the
they can oust
queen,
her and decide to choose for a new one.
right, when the queen quits fulfilling the requirements of the worker bees, or rather slows down in production, the workers will begin arranging in a replacement. Worker bees are prepare the queen for mating as well. So once a year, the hive usually will split and swarm. Okay, that's normal. The old queen lays larvae in queen cups. Queens can be produced from any and all fertilized eggs, though, but they can only be produced from the queen. The fate on how they become queens depends entirely on the diet the workers choose to feed to them. This is where royal jelly comes into play. Now, I know you've heard of it, but do you know what it is? It is a secretion from the heads of juvenile and or junior worker bees that is fed only to an upcoming queen. It is white and it's like a jelly, and it's very high in protein. So the nurse bees will feed the royal jelly exclusively to the queen larvae that they have selected as the potential queen. All of the other larvae are given a mix called bee bread. It's nectar and pollen. Royal jelly diet is what allows your normal larvae to become a queen by allowing her to sexually mature. Egg laying is the queen's main gig. Workers' eggs are raised in a regular brood comb. Queen eggs, however, are raised in special larger queen cups. When the time comes, a new virgin queen will chew her way out of the cup, which now they call a cell. If the future queen finds it hard to break out, the worker bees are standing by to assist her. Only one queen is allowed per colony, and she is the goddess of the hive to the worker bees, right to the point of becoming less productive. Whether by age, disease, illness, and some point, she will start producing less eggs. As soon as the worker bees recognize any weakness with their queen, they will begin raising new queens to find her replacement. This role is determined solely by the firstborn. The very first queen to escape her cell will be quickly given the title of princess to become the future queen, or virgin queen is what they call them officially. If two potentials emerge at the same time, they will be pitted against each other to fight to the death to determine and or protect the throne. So the survivor gets necromonger rules. You keep what you kill. She can choose still to leave the nest, the new queen that won. She can choose to leave to leave the hive. However, usually she fought for it, she won, she stays. This is a very unknown fact. The queen has the only reusable stinger in an entire bee colony. Every other honeybee stings you, the stinger comes out, they die. That does not happen to the queen. The queen can stab you as many times as she wants. Her stinger will never come out. She is like a hornet in that manner. So, that being noted, she will now go in and sting every queen larvae and every queen cup and kill all of them, leaving no competition for her throne. Opposite of this, a queen can also feel at risk of death by competing virgin queens that are chewing through too quickly, or aka princesses. She will leave the hive. The princess can choose to leave with her own loyal workers and create her own hive. This is also known as swarming. If she chooses to leave, she can take half of the workers in the colony. However, a princess may go it alone as well. This is gambling, as if she leaves alone, she must find a queenless hive and become their new queen. Queens are essential as the only sexually developed female capable of laying eggs. To populate, refresh, and develop a hive, this is essential to have enough worker bees. The more worker bees, the more honey to collect. As workers gather nectar and pollen to produce honey, worker bees are vital to a hive. However, without a queen, no hive can thrive. Egg laying and production of honey are key for any beekeeper. Fertilized eggs become workers, unfertilized become drones. This keeps the cycle of a hive. The queen also is the expressed role of hormonal or chemical sense in the hive. This can unite the colony members. Queens and workers are codependent on each other and cannot survive without each other. So one big happy family. The queen literally is only there to ensure the future of the colony by reproduction. Quickly, she influences the working of reproduction quickly. She influences the working of the hive. Days after being born, she will take a mating flight, where drones will meet halfway to breed with her. Drones are males of the colony. The queen's toxic trait. The drones who mate her die immediately after, as this was their entire bee purpose. The queen only does this mating ritual once in her entire lifetime. However, the mating game can span the length of a few days, weather permitting. The queen has sperm storage called spermatheca. She stores the sperm of around 15 drones that she will mate with, up to 15. Once she has completed her flight, she will return to the hive and begin her lifelong job of egg laying. This is thousands a day she will lay. We as beekeepers can raise queens through queen rearing. This is done with fertilized worker bee larvae. Queen rearing means you take a worker larvae, no more than 1 day old, and you graft it into a queen cup and you give it to a cell building colony or nuke. This is a strong but queenless colony that you have segregated off. And this ensures that the grafted worker into a queen cup gets fed royal jelly to sexually mature. We do this when we have a queenless beehive or for profit to sell queens. To find your queen in a colony can be difficult, and she does resemble everyone else. However, she will be the largest bee in the colony with a more extended abdomen, and she can reach 2 centimeters long, depending on your species of bee, in length. Her wings are also shorter. They only go half of her body length. Every other bee of the colony will have wings the length of their whole body. When you find her, you should mark her with a paint or a sticker. Other than the mating flight, it is highly unlikely that a queen ever will leave the hive again, except the occasion of when a hive becomes too crowded, determined by the worker bees. In this case, they will swarm with the queen and create a new, less populated new colony. To swarm, the queen, who does not fly anymore, has to be prepared by her loyal worker bees. They have to slim her down so she can fly. Once the swarm establishes its new home, she will never, ever, ever, ever leave again. A queenless colony will become a dead colony. Worker bees can and do at least try, when possible, to create what they call an emergency queen if their queen is unexpectedly killed or doesn't return or dies. They will choose a brood cell with emerging larvae. These queens do tend to be weaker than the queen cup larvae, but for the workers with a way shorter lifespan than the queen racing to establish or create a new queen is life or death for them. So they will just simply take a normal larvae and feed it royal jelly and sexually mature her. All the workers are female, and they're fertilized. But if they were unfortunate enough to be laid in the queen cups, then whoever is going to be the new queen is going to damn sure kill them all. They don't get to survive. And I thought that they just kicked them out of the hive, but apparently that is not true. She is like, die, bitch, die, bitch, die, bitch, die, bitch, die. Like, she ain't playing around. She's not repressing shit. Okay? So that's what I have researched about our good and great queens. We're gonna be just doing these little beesy segments on little steps and things, like we just learned all about the queen bee. We'll probably learn some more about workers and then drones, and then we'll be talking about honey, and then we'll be talking how to extract it and how to clean it or get your raw honey, and how to feed them and what they're doing and keeping up with them, and marking the queen's going to be something that I'll be doing, and we'll discuss that when I get it done, and what she looks like, if she's healthy looking. I'm just going to keep you guys in the bee journey. Right now, I don't know much about my bees other than they are a special breed, more than likely, and I won't know until I can open them up, and it's been too cold to open them up. I do know that they're live. I do know that they have eaten a lot over winter. I do know that they just did a big spring clean of their hive and dumped out a bunch of dead bees. So I'm guessing that they're making that new room.
I was gonna say, that new room.
So everything looks good. And then when we got them moved, they did like come out. They were coming out like not aggressively, just like
what's going
on? What did you do? Where am I?
Right.
You know, like that was a bumpy motherfucking ride, bitches. Yeah. What is going on? You know, like they were like, whoa, somebody's gonna need explaining to do, bitch, explaining. But before we even left, they were like already going back in because they're like, okay, it's cold. This kind of looks like it might be lights. Might be nice. We'll check it out when it gets warm. Right. We'll check it out. We'll be doing that. So as soon as it gets above like 50 or above, with a very minimal wind, I will be going up and checking on the hive and seeing what's going on. But we have them in bee heaven right now, or what I think is bee heaven. So they're like right next to water, and they're gonna have like wildflowers and surrounded by farmers' fields of like alfalfa and timothy and all that kind of stuff. So we should get really good honey. These bees that I particularly think that we probably have are these special bees that my homesteader friend found that have been like kind of genetically made, I guess, in Saskatchewan, Canada. And they're specifically made as a mixture of like Italian and Carnelli. And, you know, it's just kind of like, I say genetic, and that kind of leads us to think, oh my God, but all genetic things don't necessarily mean that we went in and like spliced stuff together.
Right.
Like by nature, they will mix if you put them together. Do you know what I mean? Because she takes a mating flight. So any drone that smells her like a dog in heat is going to fly to her and mate her outside of her hive, in her hive, wherever. You dig? You see what I'm saying? So come on, bitches, and you know, let's figure it out. So that's where we're at right now in BZ, and I'm really excited for the future and what's coming with that, especially now that we are going to be able to produce milk, meat, eggs, and honey. These 4 things, I'm pretty set. I'm pretty set, homies. Like, you know, I kind of feel like, oh God, get into the Greek where he's like, you know, the music industry is dying, and you know, I'm not worried. I own 5 kookaroos. Do y'all own kookaroos? No, you don't. I own 5. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna be all right. I'm worried about all you that don't have 5 kookaroos, okay? So with that being said, we also have to acknowledge that this could be, by theory, and we have to use the word theory very heavily a lot, or people are like, conspiracy theorists. Yes, everything should be a fucking conspiracy theory because you should be questioning everything. You say it like it's a bad thing. I'm like, no, you should be questioning everything. All the things. What's going down, home fry? I don't know what's happened to Scarlett again. She's been gone for a while. I don't know why. Kathy O'Brien, yes, I do. Now on the other side of things, wow, sorry. But we did not get into any of the book, and we can't do that. I promised. And people have been waiting a real long time to get into this juicier part of the book.
Right.
So let's do that quick so that we can at least discuss it, and it may fit even with what's going on right now, because we've also found that to be a possibility. Ooh, okay, I see what he's doing. So we are entering, we are again reading The Secret Don't Tell, the Encyclopedia of Hypnotism. It's by Carla Emery. We have full permission to do this as long as we read it in its entirety. We can discuss it, we can do everything, and make sure that everyone knows who wrote it and what the title of the book is. As far as getting your hands on it, it's very difficult to get your hands on. And if you can, it's super expensive because they have made this book nearly impossible to get your hands on or do anything with. It's probably been a part of the book conspiracy burnings and all of those things. So for us, because we have now gotten to, we are actually on page 81 of the book. The first 80 pages was like the introduction, getting familiar with what we're going to be talking about, and some case studies, recorded case histories of people that these things have happened to. So now we are nearing part 6 for us, and part 2 in the book, which is a partial history of U.S. government mind control research. This section of the book is going to focus on U.S. research on hypnosis and mind control beginnings, secret agencies, secret research and secret operations, mind control research goals and methods, physical methods of psychiatry, the history of deliberate personality splitting, Operation Often, a case history, and information, interviews, and incidents. Psychiatry is no longer a joke. So, at the bottom of this, it says, I can't come up. Fish don't come up. Okay. U.S. research on hypnosis and mind control begins. And it says the personalities and military mind control research begins. And in little, quotation up here, which is David C. Martin in Wilderness of Mirrors, they fought in the trenches of concealment and deception across the lines of falsehood and betrayal. It is the same in any war. What is heroic in combat is criminal in peace. Just as combat sanctions physical violence, so espionage grants license to moral violence. It is true, it is trite, but true to say that they did what they did for the good of their country. Unfortunately, it is also true that it frequently didn't work out that way. Now, that being said, at first, the persons involved in U.S. hypnoprogramming research were real and interesting. Later, they became anonymous, faceless operators and agents. This is under the personalities. Donovan organizes the OSS. In 1940, President Roosevelt asked a World War I general, William Donovan, to organize and head a U.S. intelligence gathering service and a secret scientific research program. Between the two wars, General Donovan had become a very successful Wall Street lawyer. He knew everybody who mattered, politicians, tycoons, academics. They called him Colonel or Wild Bill.
Colonel.
There's no R.
I know it's how it's pronounced, though. I was somebody's children when I was younger. I think it was an Elvis documentary, actually.
The new agency was called the OSS, Organization for Strategic Services. From the very beginning, bold and imaginative thinking was its rule. Every eccentric schemer with a harebrained plan for secret operations, from phosphorescent foxes to incendiary bats, would find a sympathetic ear in Donovan's office. Donovan's comrade and close friend, later U.S. Ambassador to Great Britain, David Bruce, has written about his colleague. Woe to the officer who turned down a project because on its face it seemed ridiculous, or at least unusual. That was in Shefflin and Option, the mind manipulators. Now Donovan hired a crew of talented and daring young men, many of whom completed their careers with the CIA. Stanley Lovell, George White, Richard Helms, Frank Wisner, and Dr. Sidney Gottlieb. Donovan also recruited the nation's best scientific researchers, anybody who had talent and an idea, to work for him without leaving their particular institutions. And he rallied prominent industrialists and a who's of who of the nation. Now, there's a little box on this page that says Clark Hall. Clark Hall, a Yale hypnosis researcher, began a new way of researching hypnosis by collecting and analyzing biological statistics about trance subjects, rather than pondering the trance itself. Like Pavlov, Hall reviewed hypnotism as a conditioned reflex, acquired unconscious habit. He claimed a skeptical view of hypnotic phenomena, but he hypnotized a lot of people. A youth of 18 or 19 years old is brought in by an assistant. He is consented to act as subject in a research project. I stand before him and look directly into his eyes. As he tilts his head backward to look into my eyes, I observe, as usual, the sign of considerable emotional disturbance in the beating of his carotid artery. I direct him to look steadily into my eyes and to think of nothing but sleep, to relax his muscles all over, even so much that his knees bend a little and his legs scarcely hold him. After 3 or 4 minutes, his eyes close, his head nods forward, and his breathing becomes heavy. I say, now you are falling toward me. You can't help yourself. I catch him. When well off his balance, upon inquiry, he states in a drowsy tone that he could not help falling forward, but that he isn't sound asleep because I know everything that is going on. I suspect that he is mistaken and employ the following objective test. I give him a post-hypnotic suggestion that after waking, he shall pick up and examine a book on my desk when I sit down in a chair, but that he won't recall anything about why he did it. I wake him as usual with the snap of my finger. A few minutes later, I sit down in the chair. He casually walks over to my desk, picks up a book, and after glancing at it, its title, lays it down. I say, why did you look at the book? He answers that he has happened to notice it lying there and wondered what it was about. This was in Hull, Hypnosis and Suggestibility, page 32. Hull's subject obeyed the professor's psychonoptic suggestion, and he was amnesic for the real reason. He had picked up that book. He claimed, even believed, that Hull had not been able to hypnotize him. Actually, that young man had not only been hypnotized, but he had been to a somnambulist death. In 1930, the Yale Employment Office informed Hull that he would no longer be allowed to hire students for his experiments. Some professors from Yale's School of Medicine believed that hypnosis was dangerous, and they had decided to stop him. Hall was restricted to non-hypnotic experiments for the rest of his career. He spent that time fitting an array of definitions, postulates, corollaries, and theorems into a complex mathematical model for predicting human or animal behavior, a concept of learned habits powered by biological drives. Hoping Scarpa makes it bad.
Nobody.
Right? And it says Lovell hires on. General Donovan recruits a biochemist, Dr. Stanley Lovell, to head the OSS's Dirty Tricks Research and Development section. In Lovell's biography of spies and stratagems, he recounted a private conversation with Donovan about this job proposal. Without ado, I opened up on my basic problem. I'd relish your assignment, Colonel, but dirty tricks are simply not tolerated in the American Code of Ethics. Americans want to win within the rules of the game, and devious, subtle devices and stratagems are, as the British say, just not cricket. Don't be so naive, Lovell, said Donovan. The American public may profess to think as you say they do, but the one thing they expect of their leader is that he will be smart. Outside of the orthodox warfare system is a gray area of schemes, weapons, and plans which no one who knows America really expects us to originate because they are so un-American. But once it's done, an American will vicariously glorify in it. I pondered, and then I replied, what I have to do is to stimulate the PEC's bad boy beneath the surface of every American scientist and to say to him, throw all your normal law-abiding concepts out the window. Here's a chance to raise merry hell. Come help me raise it. Stanley, he responded, using my first name as a sort of password. I felt to his inner circle. Go to it. With hardly an exception, they, U.S. scientists working on the program, did outstanding service to their country. Everyone risked his future status in identifying himself with illegality and or unorthodox behaviors. Lovell, page 21 to 22. In his book, Lovell briefly but scathingly denied any OSS use of hypnosis. He's, whoa, buddy. You sound like a robot.
Was that something? It was like,
that was weird. That was scary.
She was like that.
Is he gonna let you speak? I don't know.
Probably not.
Oh, there you are. Hi.
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 Glad to be back.
Yeah. He says that hypnosis was not real and was simply a tawdry play acting on the part of operator and subject. But British intelligence used hypnoprogrammed agents almost from the war's beginning. And Dr. George Esterbrooks divulged in 1971 in a magazine interview that he personally had hypnoprogrammed numerous U.S. agents and couriers for the U.S. government during World War II.
What is that?
Now, that was listed in Hypnosis Comes of Age, Science Digest, April 1971. So Lovell was just following company policy when he lied in his book saying that hypnosis was not real. His profession hinged on keeping secrets on the job, off the job, and when writing a book after the job. In that book, Lovell also reported overhearing a conversation between Donovan, who worked with European agents, and Mr. Van Bush, who was involved with the secret atom bomb research. Lovell knew the inside scoop on both projects. I recall Van Bush, with his typical Will Rogers smile, asking General Donovan, "Have you succeeded in getting any of your people really inside of Germany?" "A few," said General Donovan rather casually. "I knew we had perhaps 800 in Germany and occupied countries that minute. But I also knew that Dr. Bush would be even more evasive if General Donovan had asked him what Dr. Bush is this Manhattan Project all about." Manhattan Project all about. Lovell, page 60. Lovell considered it appropriate for Donovan and vice versa, or for Donovan Bush to lie about their projects. He did the same when talking about hypnosis. A melding of amorality and secret scientific research and operations had been made the foundation's values of a new agency of government. It seemed excusable at the time. Agencies of that time, however, have proliferated and thrived in the 50 years since Donovan Roosevelt's commission to organize the OSS. They seem to operate with no moral guidelines except the Machiavellian goal of winning by any means. They endlessly pursue scientific inquiry protected by the rule of secret, don't tell from the public overnight, yet financed by the cornucopia of public funding. They have grown in size, wealth, technological weaponry, propaganda abilities, and covert political power. This nation stands on the brink of reaping
Wish my kids were that sweet.
the sad fruit of secret government agencies functioning with neither moral foundation nor public oversight and control. Sometimes the best way to understand a big picture is to study closely one small piece of it, assuming that it will be representative of the whole. Here follows a study of secret government research into mind control technologies from before World War II up into the present. As soon as the OSS began, George Easterbrook's B. 1885 to D. 1973 started traveling to Washington, D.C. Easterbrook's was a Canadian who spent 3 years of Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar. He received a doctorate in 1926 from Harvard. He was a prominent figure in the American hypnosis scene for 50 years, from 1920s to the 1970s. Most of those years, he was head of Colgate University's Department of Psychology. Easterbrook's produced the first recorded induction, a Victrola record. He published over 60 articles and several books, the most interesting of which is titled simply Hypnotism. Easterbrook promoted the use of hypnoprogram spies by both the military and police. He suggested that police agents could gather information from the criminal class. If allowed a free hand, the authorities could proceed to plant such prepared subjects, always with the idea of obtaining information which might sooner or later be of real use to the police. That is in Hypnosis on page 191. This feels like Burn My Face Off. Is it?
I say it was boiling for a bit.
I mean, I don't want to burn my face off. He described a method for programming a double agent whose unconscious mind would be loyal to his country or his secret agency or military unit, but whose conscious mind would be loyal to whatever country, organization, religion, or relationship those being infiltrated and reported on. We will use hypnotism to induce multiple personalities. Hypnotism is the means to an end, though the technique would be impossible did we not have hypnotism at our disposal. In his normal waking state, which we will call personality A or PA, this individual will become a rabid communist. He will join the party, follow the party line, and make himself as objectionable as possible to the authorities. Then we will develop personality B or PB, the secondary personality, the unconscious personality.
So like the one when they're hypnotized.
Right, is rapidly American and anti-communist. It has all the information possessed by personality A, the normal personality, whereas PA does not have this advantage. My super spy plays his role as a communist in the waking state, aggressively, constantly, feverishly. But his PB is a loyal American, and PB has all the memories of PA. As a loyal American, he will not hesitate to divulge his memories. That is in his book on page 200. Unknowing subjects. In hypnosis, Estabrook writes as if he is surrounded at Colgate by persons that he has made into unknowing hypnotic subjects. Yeah, I have it out for a reason.
Just making sure.
One excellent subject so trained had been reading one of the manuscripts. I could believe everything you say, he said, but one thing. Thank you. When you tell me that you can remove all knowledge of everything being hypnotized, I simply don't believe that. Jack, I said, have you ever been hypnotized? No. Do you think I could hypnotize you? No. In 1 second, he was hypnotized. Page 188. Jack knew no better, but Estabrook had this satisfaction of proving the man entirely wrong and demonstrating complete hypnotic control over him. Estabrook viewed persons who were susceptible to hypnosis as fodder for the mill of any hypnotist's notion of higher purpose, be it research, profit, patriotism, or the mesmerizer's personal entertainment. His attitude echoed that of Dr. Cook when 1927 advised beginning hypnotists to boldly develop and stable a hypnotic subject. Oh yeah. This stuff was deep, guys. And first, secure a good subject and practice upon him until you can hypnotize him with an absolute no difficulty, and then place him in the profound somnambulistic or amnesiac stages of hypnosis. Next, secure 2 or 3 more subjects and develop them, and thus gradually add to the number. Cook, page 125. In another incident described by Estabrook, a visitor had joined the hypnotic operator and his unknown subject in the lab. As the 3 casually chatted about a recent boxing match, the hypnotist tapped his pencil 3 times upon the tabletop, as if in thought. That was the subject's induction cue. His eyes instantly closed as he shifted to deep trance. The operator and his guest performed various hypnotic demonstrations of the subject in his somnambulistic state, then awakened him. He immediately starts talking about that boxing match. A visitor to the laboratory interprets him. What do you know of hypnotism? The subject looks surprised. Nothing. When were you hypnotized last? I have never been hypnotized. Do you realize that you were in a trance just 10 minutes ago? Don't be silly. No one has ever hypnotized me, and no one ever can. The subject was unaware of the missing time and unknowing of his other life.
the time he spent under hypnosis. Estabrooks promotes secrecy and reveals secrets. Estabrooks played a curious dual role in the history of hypnoprogramming. He urged secret government hypnosis research. He said that hypnosis would become a valuable weapon as new techniques were discovered in the future. He participated in researching new techniques for developing some of them. He pleads guilty, and he put that in his Estabrooks' Future of the Human Mind, 1961, page 221. He urged the use of consciously unknowing hypnoprogramming, double-minded agents, and he had manufactured such subjects. Estabrooks referred again and again to the necessity for secrecy about the specifics of that technology and its possible military applications. But the professor also loved to talk, write, hint, and brag about the secret technology. The facts and ideas presented are, so to speak, too true to be good. Hypnotism, 1944 edition, page 193. In the first edition of Hypnotism, 1943, he laid the groundwork for his hypnotic super spy concept. His second expanded upon it. The third edition in 1957 added 2 long chapters on military and unethical hypnosis. He worked hard to inform the public that creating an unknowing, robotically obedient hypnotic subject was possible, even easy. He made valuable information available about the existence and methods of that technology, imagining an argument with a non-believer in amnesic hypnogramming.
What's hypnogramming?
Or hypnoprogramming.
Oh, sorry.
Estabrooks wrote, he might question, will your control hold? How long will the post-hypnotic suggestion last without reinforcement? Can you count on complete amnesia? Where is your proof that no one but yourself and such others, as you may designate, can hypnotize that man? Questions such as these merely involve details of technique. The theoretical and factual basis of that technique, no competent psychologist would question. That's in Hypnotism, page 193. Now, at the top here is a little square that says Estabrooks, M.H. Eckerson, and the FBI experiment. In 1939, Estabrooks set up a hypnosis experiment for the FBI. He recruited M.H. Erickson, one of America's most prominent medical hypnotists, to do it. Erickson had worked for years in areas with application to unethical hypnosis and had his own stable of somnambulists. And years later, at a Colgate conference, which was taped and later transcribed in a book which Estabrooks edited, the two reminisced about that experiment, Erickson recalled. They sent up a couple of laboratory men to investigate the possibilities of using it. I had Tommy go into the trance for 1 whole hour of discussion. Answer, I did not know what the FBI men were doing. They uncrossed their legs and crossed them. They took cigarettes, and one lit the other cigarette, and the next time the other lit the first one's cigarette. At the end of an hour, they asked me to awaken Tommy, to bring him out of the trance, talk a while, then put him back in the trance and reorient him to that first trance. They had a program of exact movements, and they asked me to have him visualize the entire procedure. Tommy gave a blow-by-blow account of the first hour, including the exact time in which so-and-so uncrossed his legs, when he crossed them, and when he shifted his hat over to one side, when he lit the other fellow's cigarette, when the other fellow lit his cigarette. They had that entire program all mapped out. And I was an innocent bystander, but Tommy did it. Then I had Tommy come out of that trance and go back into a trance in which he regressed to the second trance and gave a report on the first trance with extreme accuracy. It proves that apparently the hypnotic subject can record a tremendous amount of data. He can recover it in a perfectly remarkable fashion, and that his sense of order and system of experiencing things is very meaningful. Extra book, Education, Hypnosis, Current Problems, page 270 to 271. I'm going to stop there in the book tonight, and that means that we're going to pick up next week at How to Program an Unknown Hypnotic Subject is where we're going to pick up. And we're going to cover some, hopefully, and get into some things here.
Interesting book. You know, how many all kinds of these people being hypnotized, like, damn, how long they've been doing this.
Right, and now we're starting to get into the actual talking about experiments and the government's experiments. And this is going to be where it starts tying into, like, the more well-known experiments, like MK Ultra.
Yeah, I've heard about that one.
Everybody's heard about MK Ultra, but nobody actually understands, you know, exactly what it really is. Or very few people do.
Well, so, like even brainwashing goes. I've heard something about the Amityville was brainwashed or whatever.
Well, you know, that could be he could be part of an experiment.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, we've read about them, we've heard about them. We do know that these experiments are taking place.
Yeah.
Even still to this day, they've just grown in their abilities.
Right.
You know, they've gotten worse at what they're doing, really. The stuff was bad enough. Now they're making it like horrific. I ended it about a half an hour earlier than normal, just so that, well, okay, technically, guys, we're a 3-hour show. We were supposed to run 6 to 9. I usually advertise 6 to 10 because we usually do run over. And, so that's it. And usually we will go to 10, but in any off chance, you know, I do always just put down 9.
Right. I know I was confused when I saw them.
Yes. But so I ended it early because I want to start discussing now as we're reading the book, because now we're getting into the experiment parts. So now is when we should be taking notes too. So there was a specific project in there that we mentioned. I'm gonna have to go look and see what that project name was, because it has slipped my mind. But now we're actually starting to talk about these government projects. And FBI experiments. So this is where it's gonna, you know, we're gonna have to stop and start talking about it, because you know, these are the early stages of learning what they're doing in these, that has led us to the MK Ultra and all of these things that we're experiencing, because, you know, MK Ultra has never stopped. It just changes its name. You know, the conditioned reflex, which is, you know, the acquired unconscious habits. Where is that? Where it told us, that project name And I said it twice.
I felt like it was in one of the bubble things.
I do too. But then, you know, I'm not 100% either. Secret government research into mind control technologies from before World War II up to the present. You know, making the super spy, you know, we've heard about that. But now that makes more sense of how they actually are doing it, which could make sense in a lot of things that we talked about over the last couple of years with this split that we're seeing in our civilization, where you can be standing in front of somebody who's talking and seemingly seem like this half of the room heard one thing while this half of the room heard something totally different. And in reading what we're reading right now, that's a total possibility. Okay, and has been since like the early freaking 50s. But I don't think it was put into play as hard until more recent. Military unethical hypnosis. So mad. Interesting that now I cannot find the name of this project. It's like just eluding me now. The super spy thing keeps coming up though, sticking out to me. Reminiscing about the experiment, but they never named it. And we ended there, so it's gotta be. Yeah, it's like it just disappeared. And I almost wrote it down. Because I thought, oh, a melding of admiralty secret scientific research operations been made the foundation of values in agencies. Government seemed excusable at the time. Agencies of the type proliferated, thrived in 50 years since Donovan accepted Roosevelt's commission in organizing the OSS. No moral guidelines except Machiavellian goal of winning by any means. Pursue scientific inquiry protected by the rules, secret, don't tell, from public oversight, yet financed by the cornucopia of public funding. from before World War II, typical Will Rogers. Dude, what the? Is it really all the way back here? Organization for Strategic Service. Who's Who of the Nation was involved. Dirty Tricks, that's it.
Mm.
Yeah, Dirty Tricks is what they're calling it. Peck's Bad Boy.
I'll be
So
right there as soon as I can because they are not letting me talk, and this is terrible. And I will be back.
who's not letting you talk? You're there. What happened? Now you're not talking.
Did your volume go back down? Or?
No,
'Cause
it's
it's
her.
over.
It's
Oh.
her. Atom bomb research is mentioned in here. So it says that they started, mind control technologies from before World War One. The secret. Hey,
Hey.
yeah, the secret super spy thing. I mean,
Like I've been saying this whole time we've been covering this book, that if people don't think that these same tactics and certain ways and fashions are not still being implemented now, they've lost their minds.
well, yeah, and now they're just more technical. They've changed the name to something else so that it's hard to track because we've learned that.
Yep.
But like I said, this could explain a lot of that, like we have been talking about over the last couple of years, Scarlett, with the whole like one side of the audience seems to hear this while the other side of the audience seems to hear something totally fucking different.
True.
That then puts a rift in between them. They're capable of doing that in large quantities with just what we've read recently in this book. And they've been capable of it since the 1950s.
That's true. So what do they do now?
While pushing in our face that it didn't exist and that it couldn't be done.
Right.
And if you remember, there was a time frame where all of your movies and stuff that were coming out revolved around hypnotism, brainwashing, all of those things. And then here they're like, oh yeah, so we do that.
Right.
And
True.
if I remember correctly, Dr. Erickson, who they've just introduced in the book as being involved,
Oh, dang. Okay, there we go.
that they brought out later and called Erickson a
Heck.
quack. What?
Back.
Yeah, you're there.
Okay. They popped me out, then popped me back in, or popped you back in. I don't know.
I do believe that Erickson, they ended up like exposing him, throwing him out, and calling him a quack. And making us all think that Erickson was bullshit. And the whole time they pulled him into their secret governmental shit, used him for his information, and kicked him out and made him appear crazy to all of us.
Which is a common tactic.
It is. It is. So the abilities of doing these said things. Oh, and the fact that we have also learned that many of our institutions, be them, which we've learned through the case studies, okay, but many of our institutions, be them prisons or psychiatric units, like you were talking about, seem to be nothing more than program stations.
Yep. Yeah, they want you to act a certain way and respond a certain way, or you don't get out.
Create hypnoprogramming.
Right.
So when we said, back when the Trump thing was happening, we were like, did they hear what we heard? Because they're talking some crazy shit over there that I didn't frickin' hear.
Right.
If they were hypnoprogrammed, right? Now just hear me out here. If they were hypnoprogrammed and a word that Trump said triggered that hypnoprogramming for them to hear something specific, they will believe that what was not said was said and have no memory otherwise.
True. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Also be what was insinuating such violence.
Yep.
At his things, because again, all it takes is a trigger, and as we now know, a trigger can be, which we knew before because I actually am certified in hypnosis.
Yeah, we did know this before, but we now understand that this could be happening
in hypnosis, and people are like, oh, holy shit. Whereas before, when not even 10 years ago, when I got certified as a hypnosis, they told me I was a quack.
Right.
Okay. We will note that, because how many years ago did we do all of the hypnosis stuff where I was literally reading the stuff that I had been taught on air?
Nope. We did it for a long time, trying to explain, especially when we started talking about the Stargate files and all that.
Right. Yeah, we did the whole hypnosis thing because I tried to get people to understand how this tied together.
Yep.
It does do this. And it's almost scary for me to have to admit that I am certified in hypnosis, because it's not something that I offer. I don't offer hypnosis to anyone. You'll never see me advertise it as something that I offer, but it is something that I can do. I just will not do it on anybody else, because I am not, no sir, no ma'am, no turkey, no spam. I am not going down that road with it.
Well, it can sometimes not. It's a tricky situation.
But with this hypnoprogramming, man, it could be anything. It could be a noise. It could be, a flick of a pencil. It could be a squeak. It could be anything. And it could trigger whatever is programmed in them for them to automatically do. I mean, we've seen that they have the ability to literally hypnotize somebody to walk in and rob a bank verbatim the way that they are told to do it, get the money, give the money to the person that hypnotized them, and fucking wake up and have no memory that they did any of it or ever even had that money in their hand. That shit was being done in the 50s. In the 1950s, I should clarify. The 1900s, okay? So it was in the 1900s. I fucking hate this term right now. Oh my God! It makes my skin crawl. I don't want to say that, but they were available in the 1900s, bitches, okay?
Yeah, we're all old ancient time relics.
And now here we are in 2023. What the fuck do you think they can do now? Because what they did then ain't shit compared to what they can do to you now. Because as we always said, Scarlett, what they're allowing us to see and declassifying now is a direct way to distract us from what they're learning and know now. You know, it's just like with anything else when they release something to the public, for instance, like even if we take our phones into consideration, you know, these phones that we have that are so high tech, especially me and you, right? Do you think those are, when we purchased our phones, we're told this is the highest tech available right now? You can't get anything else. Why do they keep giving us new ones every year? Because their fucking shit is so far fucking ahead that it's not even funny. If they're letting us have this, be sure their motherfucking phone can do like 90 bazillion things that yours can't, from fucking like DNA reading and coding to fucking, they could probably clone you with their fucking phone. Okay, they're like, oh, just speak into the speaker, and a piece of spittle will go into the phone, and they'll be like, oh, got it, clone. Like, okay, I really believe this. I know that that sounds crazy, and I know that people are like, oh my God, she is insane. No, am I really though? Because it is supposedly becoming that easy. Like, I just watched a whole little like TikTok thing that was meant to be funny, and it was not funny. I did not find it funny because the guy's like, look at me, and he licked the like big arch in San Luis, you know, the big arch. Okay, that's gross enough because you're like, ew, really, dude? Like, do you know what's on that metal? Gross. Okay, I would never. However, then this other kid pops up and it shows him at the arch at the same place that this other boy was at with the like Q-tip. And then it shows him like getting the spit or whatever off of there and being like, you remember when we used to be friends in 4th grade and then you decided that we weren't friends anymore? And he's like, it's okay because I got this little DNA sample of you and I'm gonna blah blah blah. And he goes through all the steps and I don't know what they are. It's all technical and stuff. And so then he says it all and he's like, and then I will just create hopefully a new you and rekindle our friendship. Okay, listen, I know that it was supposed to be funny, but the fact that you know all that to begin with makes me highly uncomfortable. Highly. And that seems to be an ongoing theme right now. People with their damn clones. Did you see the thing with Will Smith and 3 clones? I put that on my Facebook. It's on my Facebook.
I'm not always on Facebook. Girl.
Yeah. It's on my Facebook. He's doing like a little TikTok thing and like he's like, so I'm really excited. I have this and then this guy that can really not make out that much pops up and he's like, whoa, you're now too much, man. And he's like, can I say clone though? Am I allowed to say clone? Because I want to say clone. And then he's like, no, man. And then 2 more come out of the background. They're like, don't, you're not, no. And then he's like, okay, but I want all of us to get together for a selfie.
Mm-hmm.
And it's supposedly him with his 3 clones.
Wow.
Okay. Then I had that other thing that I showed you, Scarlett, where I do believe it's one of the island boys. Talking about how if you take this piece of bone, it has all of his memories and stuff, and they took that and made a clone of him.
Oh, I remember.
And saying that he couldn't say too much because it was going to be published.
Yeah.
But literally said on there that basically his twin isn't a twin but a clone.
Wow.
Or he's the clone. One or the other. I can't keep up. But either way, he told about the cloning process and like transferring all memories and data from your actual human body into a clone.
I'm not feeling a minute.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling good today.
I feel it. So, Scrappy is gonna head off because she has. Oh, good. I'm glad you're still there, Kaz. But Scrappy's gonna head off for the night because it is approaching 10.
I was like, I have to fight migraine all day.
I feel it. Thanks for coming, buddy.
Oh, boy.
And we will see you next week.
Absolutely.
And I will get with you about all the stuff we're doing next year.
Okay, cool. Later, Scarlett.
I mean, I told you some of the stuff. Right?
Try to eat, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that might help.
Maybe.
That might help.
Right? It might
Good
help.
night. Good night.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Goodbye.
Bye, everybody.
Goodbye now.
That's all for now.
Right. Okay, so now it's just me and you.
Correct.
But yeah, like I feel like people, if you are listening to what we're reading in this book and realizing that this book was also copyrighted and written, let's double check my, because I don't want to lie. I don't want to,
Right. We want to tell the actual dates and be.
Right. Okay, so
Do I
this.
sound robotic?
What?
Do I sound robotic?
No, you do not.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this was copyrighted in 1997 and 1998, and I happen to be holding a first edition, which is kind of.
I mean, you can barely find any edition, so.
Yeah, having the first edition's pretty rare, to say the least. And again, we want to remind everybody that Carla Emery is the author and that she literally had to go into hiding to write this book. And then when she came out with this book and it actually began getting out into, you know what? She's going to be right back because she left her keys here on the counter. I just looked at her. I'm sorry.
She'll figure it out.
Over there. And she's going to go out and be all sorts of like, oh my God, what is going on right now? Oh man. Let me see if
she'll realize and then walk back inside and be like, my keys though.
And it's cold, man.
It started snowing here.
We don't have snow. It's just cold. It's just a little chilly, But so when we were saying that, perhaps this was happening, like people were hearing two sides. We were blaming the God laser as potential, which we still can't rule out. But it could
No,
now.
that's true.
Now that we're really, really looking at this and seeing how much they really. No boys in here. Shit. I don't have any boys in here, lady. Oh man, I feel so bad.
Why?
Because she wanted me to send one of the kids with her keys, but I don't have one. They've
So
all
you're the kid.
run and dispersed, you know.
Of course they have, because you actually need them.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, I just kind of feel like, what the hell? Like they are capable of that hypnoprogramming, man, and we knew that already. But like in
They could probably even be doing it in like chicken feed style, like in shows and movies, and you know what I mean?
We know that you can hypnotize through just frequency and waves as well.
Right. So definitely things like television or radio or
Watching Trump on TV, we could have easily been, and I'm saying we in general populace because maybe we didn't hear what we heard. We keep saying maybe they didn't hear what we heard, but we're not looking at it from the other aspect. We think that we heard one thing, but what if we didn't hear that and they're the ones that were right with what they were hearing? Or maybe both sides are wrong and neither one of us heard anything the man really said. Sorry, buddy. They're right there. I moved them there for you. I would have totally sent a boy out too. But I looked over in the mid sentence and I was like, that bitch gonna be. Yeah.
I got up there and I'm like,
I looked over
as I shut the gate. I was like,
mid sentence and I'm like, she gonna be back. She left them keys right there. She ain't going far. She ain't getting far.
all right, good night.
Night.
now it's really goodbye. That's why we said ta-ta for now.
Now it's really good. Right. But yeah, so like maybe neither side really heard what he said. Because that's a possibility that we had never really discussed before. But maybe neither side heard correctly what he even said.
That's what I'm thinking happened, to be honest. Now looking back on it, I think a lot of it was that.
Right, because we think we're right, they think they're right? What if we're both wrong?
Right.
What if he didn't say what either of the parties heard?
Right.
But instead, we heard what we were hypnoprogrammed to hear.
Right.
We would have no idea.
No, you wouldn't. Until that idea gets challenged.
But this could also be why they are so against us going off grid and things, because for those of us like me living the way that I live with no electricity, no running water, not hooked into their grid, I don't really watch much TV except what's on Netflix, which I'm starting to begin to question because I'm like, that's indoctrination. But either way, I know
there's some good stuff too, though. That's the only thing that keeps people on Netflix is that there is some good stuff too.
Here's my thing. As long as you can acknowledge what you're watching, you're safe. Do you see what I mean? If you can go into it with the correct, which we discussed 5 years ago on my show, how to build walls against hypnotism and protect your fucking brain. We were calling it the brain maze, to protect your brain maze. You can hypnotize yourself, which we were teaching 5 years ago,
You can hypnotize yourself and build your own brain maze to make it impossible for anybody else to do shit to you in your brain.
Right. Be quiet, Frito.
You can do. I know, right? You can do this. It's
He
simple.
just had something to say right then too.
Well,
Too
it was
rude.
banging on the counter because I was like, "You can," and he was like, "Whoa, what's that? Whoa, whoa, whoa!"
Oh, right. Woof. Yeah, of course. A big bad Frito.
Oh yeah, like he's some sort of a big dog.
Yeah, right.
Get a life, Frito. But yeah, like, I mean, that's a possibility that none of us even thought about is, we did discuss brainwashing. We did discuss some hypnotism, but we discussed it with everybody else being hypnotized. We never opened ourselves up, which kind of almost makes me think that there was something about that because we never opened ourselves up to be like, what if we're the hypnotized ones? What if we're the brainwashed ones? What if we're the ones not hearing correctly what the man is saying? And we really are off of our rockers. Right? Because we never took that into consideration. But I think part of the reason that we didn't
No,
take
but I think so. Oh, hold on. I didn't realize I was muted. Some things I think some people kept on with it though when they shouldn't have too. I think we realized at a certain point that it was no longer no longer go along with this narrative and it was getting a little too wild, right? Where other
right.
people doubled down and still to this day will defend him on certain things. Where I'm not defending him because guess what? He's the one who created Operation Warp Speed. Guess
Yes.
what? Can't support that. That was not a good idea. This is a bad idea. Very bad idea. So things like that people will still double down and act like it's okay or act like things that he's still doing are okay, which aren't okay, is the problem.
Like,
There's still people who are bringing up
back,
Q and all that still.
and we can even take this back to Obama because look at how many people will swear that that man is a fucking American citizen, even though he's come out and said he's not. But again, did he? Is that just what we heard?
Right? Or is that actually what happened? Like, see,
Right.
that's what I mean.
Right.
Narratives run a little bit deeper than just words at this point. What is
What? Yeah, like definitely there with you because it's like, what are you guys doing? Like, how do you not? And we kept saying it even then, how are you not seeing this? How are you not hearing this? What if we were seeing and hearing something that we didn't really even see or hear? Maybe we're not the wrong ones, or maybe we're not the right ones. Maybe we're the wrong ones. Maybe we didn't hear what we think we heard. Maybe we're the hypnotized ones. Maybe both parties are hypnotized at this point.
I would say both because I can see on the other side of both now from even like a third perspective. So I would say it was a little of both sides had that push, if
Yeah,
that makes sense.
absolutely. And the Q thing, too. You're not going to
Yeah.
get me to believe now at this point that Q was not brainwashing.
Oh, hell yeah. At first, okay, I will always maintain until the end of time, until that first Days of Darkness, it was something. But then it wasn't what it was. Whoever was speaking wasn't the same person. Whoever was
Right.
putting out information wasn't the same. And I'm talking like 6, 7, 8 years ago now. Way
Right.
before like Trump election Q.
Right.
But Q had been around for 2 years before that.
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, we at first talking about Q before Trump.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. So,
I mean,
with that being said,
Q predicted Trump winning.
mm-hmm, that's true. That's true.
So I'm just saying, like, Q was around before Trump. Many people, and I've heard it being said a lot, especially more in the circles lately, that Q didn't come out until Trump was. No, that's not true. Q had been around for a while before Trump even said he was running. And I know because we too were Q-ified and we were stupefied and we followed Q and we thought Q was fucking real. And on the money. But it's easy to be deceivesies. And we're learning how easy it is to control somebody and control their life without them even realizing that they're controlling you. Like, you know, all these things that we're fearing of them doing to us, maybe we should just start wrapping our brains possibly around the idea that maybe they're not new and they're just trying to slowly reintroduce to us what they have brainwashed us to believe wasn't happening to us, that actually now our programming is starting to wear off in these generations that they have it in. And the narrative has to change now. And that we are being
that could be.
You know, we are possibly being disassembled.
That could be too.
You know, because how else do we explain who is in that office right now? Because
yeah,
I don't get, and I don't want to speak badly of the man because I think that we're above that now at this point. But I have questions, man. I have a lot of questions. Like, 1 minute you're like, oh my God, we're not getting involved, it's World War III. And then like 2 days later, you're like, oh yeah, we're getting involved. We're totally getting in that. And it's like, wait, whoa, what the fuck do you mean? You know, or when he's up there and he's like, get the shot, don't get the shot, get the shot, don't get the shot, you know, get the shot, save the world. Oh, don't, you know, or when he's sniffing on kids. Like, I have questions. But in fairness, I had questions about Obama, I had questions about Trump, and now I have questions about Biden. It's the same for the last 3 presidents. Very strongly, I have questions. Almost every president, you're going to have questions because you're not always going to approve of everything that every president does. And I'm not saying, you know, I will not bend to the thing that everybody else did and be like, Biden isn't my president. But I feel like this man is so old. What is he running? Is he even cognitive?
I said, like I said, Joe Biden came out in an article stating that it's ridiculous that people would want to test his cognition, and it's like, no, it's not. Like I said, he's the oldest president ever. Why wouldn't we want to test his mental fitness?
And when did we not have an age on the president? I thought we had like an age limit. Like, they had to be between this age and this age. I guess I'm wrong about that, but my whole life, I'm pretty sure I was taught that.
Only an entrance limit. Only that you have to be 35 or older to run is the only requirement.
Now, I'm not trying to be ignorant, but I think that we should have a cutoff too. Like, if you're over a certain age, you should not be allowed to be president.
Yeah, I feel that too. Like, legit. And I think, honestly, I'm not trying to be an ass. It should be like 70 because it's like at that point you could start having more health issues and concerns.
Right, exactly. You know, because
that would even have cut Trump out. That would have cut Trump out too, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
But it exactly, it is what it is, because it's like, I just feel like, okay, I totally get, like, you need to be over the age of whatever and be mature enough to handle this situation, and that's why I get that. But we also need to have, like, an older age cutoff, because at a certain age, the body starts deteriorating, the mind starts deteriorating, your ability for judgment starts deteriorating. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, now, with age comes wisdom. However, also with age comes Alzheimer's. So, I mean, it can go both ways.
Right.
And I'm not saying that everything Biden has done is bad. I won't say that. Like everybody else did with Trump, they can't admit the good stuff that the man did, but they'll surely shit point out every fucking bad thing he ever fucking did. But you know what I mean, right? Okay. That being stated, Biden hasn't done a whole lot, really, either direction, I feel. If that makes sense. Like, because I just feel like he's kind of like in the back burner to a degree.
Yeah, 35 to 60 is the ideal age. You're right, Kaz. You're right. I feel like, even 65 I'll give, because, my mom is like 65, and, there's a lot of sharp 65-year-olds.
Right, sure.
But I think after that, you run the risk of potential mental and cognitive decline.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Or you run the risk of being completely out of touch.
Correct.
Like, I just think that, and not do I think that it should be younger than 35 either, because I don't think you will understand some things until you're 35 either.
Right.
I mean, not everybody is that way though. But I think just time itself is your teacher. So, and you can't like speed up time. So, there's that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, legit. But I do think something's got to give, though, because we can't just be questioning his mental fitness and status, and meanwhile, we're out here giving bajillions of dollars to the Ukraine and everybody else. Like, how do we know good decisions are being made?
Apparently becoming part of World War III, because he literally got up there and said, for all you people who think that we're going to go in there and we're going to do a thing and we're going to give guns and we're going to do this and we're going to do that, you're wrong. We're not going to do any of that. Like, whether you want to deny it or admit it or whatever, that would be World War III, and we're not going to participate. And then, like, 2 days later, it's like, we're totally getting involved in this. What? Like, is he really just waking up day by day and being reminded that he's the damn president? Like, what is going on? I just feel like he could do better. And that he needs to do better. But I also feel like we, as the American people, should have also done better in our choice of who the hell we put in there. But then again, we were led
But now people are afraid to choose. People are afraid to choose now. People are afraid to choose.
Oh, yeah.
People are afraid to be judged by others.
Yep.
They're not willing to put their true feelings out there.
that is a true, real fear because people are doing messed up shit to each other. And that's something else that Scrappy and I have been discussing this week. You know, it's simple stuff. Like, okay, so for instance, like everybody's like, oh, Red, why the bees? Why are you going to take us on the bee journey and you haven't taken us on the goat journey or you haven't taken us on the kid journey or whatever? And here's why. Do you know why I barely talk about what goes on my homestead and I barely show anybody what's going on my homestead? Because there are people that will take the things that I share and turn around and try to get me in trouble with other people and authorities because they think they saw something in my stuff that they didn't like or they didn't approve of.
True.
And I can't bring that drama energy to everything going on here. The bee journey I can take you on because the bees are not even on my property.
Right.
Because if they were, guaranteed I would have people writing me letters and showing up here saying that I cannot have bees on this property for whatever fucking made up reason. Or trying to tell me I can. Or giving me some sort of thing about it. Do you see what I mean? And this is why a lot of homesteaders have shut the hell up about what we're doing in our homes. Because I'm not the only one. I don't know if anybody else noticed, but we had a big rash of all of us homesteaders coming out and telling you how to do this and how to be self-sufficient and how to do this and do that. And we wanted to share all these things with you. And we've stopped. And this is why we've stopped. Because people don't stay in their lanes.
That's why I said 65 TLO, because that would be retirement age. But yeah. But you're not wrong though, because people are quick to snitch and try to ruin your whole life.
Yeah. Like they'll take a photo that you put up, for instance, and blow it up. Because this just happened to somebody that I know. Okay, it wasn't me; it was somebody else. But they took a picture, right, and they put it on Facebook. And one of their neighbors saw the picture, blew it up, and called people and reported them for something that they saw in the background of the photo, saying that it made life for all the other people around them unsafe because they had a certain item that they happened to catch in the photo inside of the home.
Wow.
Do you see? And then people are like, why don't you share your experiences? That's why.
Mm-hmm. But I feel like they made it that way on purpose.
I know somebody else, and you know him too, actually. We know somebody else that was actually involved in, a local, I don't know, enforcements and public services, and they literally, did some really messed up shit to him and chased him out.
Yeah, and this happens in a lot of places too. Especially if you don't have money, they'll push you out in a minute.
Because he was like, no, we're not going to be doing this kind of stuff to these people. And now they're trying to make it so hard for you to even live like we're living because, they're like, oh, and it's small things like make this make sense, right? We want a more green lifestyle. We want you to be, so you're supposed to do this in ways like, for instance, doing away with trash as much, or you know what I mean? Water conservation. These are ways that we reduce the carbon footprint, you know, composting, all the things. All of a sudden, they're making all of these things. You told us that this is what you wanted us to do. Now we're doing it. And you're realizing that because we're out here doing this, that you encourage us to do it in the first place. Yeah, they kicked me out. It would make sense to have the cutoff as a retirement age. I would agree with that. I'm back, and now it gave me the wrong stupid avatar, but I'm not even going to fight with it. We're just going to deal with it. Yeah, it's yellow. You know, like, it's sad. It's really, really sad that, you know, you try to share stuff and people are so busy trying to tear you down while smiling in your face. It's really sick. Which goes back to what we were speaking on way earlier. You know, either you fuck with people or you don't fuck with people. Like, stop pretending. You know, and if you don't, you don't. That's cool too. But stop trying to fuck up their shit because you don't fuck with them. Just don't fuck with them, man. You guys can live your own separate lives and just don't fuck with each other. That's acceptable. That's how it used to be. And we should be that way again. I assume I'm not robotic anymore right now. Because it did kick me out. You said that it made me robotic. So it did kick me out. Unless we're not. Yeah, and I'm still live, so. Or at least it says like. I don't. It makes very little sense. You know, why we would do that to each other. But it's like I said, that is a lot of the reason that a lot of homesteaders have gone quiet because people are so busy, like trying to make something out of nothing and be in your business instead of minding their own business. And this whole thing about how it seems like everybody seems to feel like their rights supersede anybody else's rights in the world. Like, you have rights, but I also have those same rights. So you trying to take away my rights while trying to enforce your right to take away my rights doesn't really work out. And this is why we're all supposed to maintain in our own lane. Right? Isn't it funny that they kicked me off as soon as I started talking about going green? That is funny. Oh, look, you guys are hearing it. Yeah, and they're like, really, you're right, Yellow, because people are literally being encouraged to rat on their neighbor, like they're setting up like 800 numbers and stuff, like they were during the pandemic, but they're doing it again just in regular stuff and being like, if you think that your neighbor is doing something, like, oh, call and report them. You can do it anonymously. Listen, like, your rights don't supersede my rights. You don't have the right to tell me what I can and can't do in my area of life. It's my right to privacy and peace. Those are your rights too. But if I haven't invaded your peace or your ability to be happy within your own whatever, you have no right to complain. Like, sorry. But, if I'm not impeding your rights, whether you're a twat walking or not, impede mine. We're each entitled to the same rights. So, like, you need to be able to prove that what you're complaining about actually does impede on your rights. I feel. Anyway, hi, are you back?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you should, okay. So, like, for instance, I can understand being too loud for the neighbor. Coming over and telling your neighbor, hey, neighbor, could you keep it down?
Right.
That's acceptable.
Especially if you live like in a communal setting, hell, even if you live in a rural setting, there might be times where
Right.
you need your neighbors to maybe be quiet.
Right, okay. And that's acceptable. But if I'm doing something on my property that doesn't affect you in any way, but
Right.
just because visually you don't agree with it, or you believe that you did it differently and that everybody should do it the way that you do it, does not now give you the right to try to make up laws to impede my right to do it the way I want to do it rather than the way you think I should do it.
True.
Okay, because you're like that. Me, for instance, let's just say that building something out of wood is illegal where somebody lives, right? And they're building out of wood anyway, but they're covering it with something else so that nobody really sees it. And like your neighbor looks over and they see it and they're like, oh my God. And they fucking call somebody and they report you and they turn you in and then people show up and they rip down your whole house. Did you ever think about making that person homeless? Did you think about that? No, you didn't, because all you thought about was, oh, but they said it should be this way. I did it that way, so they need to do it that way. Did I impede on your peace in any way? Did I impede on your happiness anyway? Did this actually interfere in your life in any way? No? Then stay in your fucking lane and leave other people alone. There ain't no reason for people to try to be so involved in everybody else's shit. Like, you don't need to know what everybody's doing next door. And it especially should not be any business of any government run or state run business of what you're doing. And they should not be allowed to just randomly change their laws at the mercy of people that think it's okay to take rights of other people because somehow their rights supersede the others. And they say that they vote, but the truth of the matter is nobody ever knows. It happens all around, everywhere. And I don't think you really recognize it until you're way older. Because you don't like settle down and like really get involved with stuff. Or hear anybody really even talk about it. But like it's everywhere, go green, reduce the carbon footprint, but we're gonna ban composting toilets. Reserve water, but we're going to ban composting toilets and incinerating toilets and anything that doesn't involve literally a waste of over 12,000 gallons of water per household. Why would you do that? I mean, you're right, TLO. They are all being deconstructed, but I think that started quite a while ago. It's just taken us a while to recognize that it started. Because I think that we started this division and the Karening or kenning experiences and I feel like they've been pretty frequent. They haven't died down, but what they did do is it seems like all these Karens and Kens went and bought places out in the middle of nowhere. And then want to cry about where they live and how it's not the city and how they want all these city things. Especially over the pandemic. Yeah, see, and it's stuff like that. Landlords coming in and doing inspections and making you get rid of things and no. Like, but then again, I said that. But then we also have to take into account the other side of that, which is, I mean, God, so many people do some messed up stuff. Like, I know places that hire you on and give you a home to live in while you work for them. And I've known people that have worked for them and then turn around and like trash the place that they were living when they left. Like, not that they left on bad terms or they were even upset. It's like it was just acceptable to them to leave everything the way that they left it, and they did, and or like they just didn't give a fuck. I don't know, but like the level of disassociation of the right thing to do is very quickly dwindling. I get that they're saying it's from, fire safety or whatever, and this, that, and the other. And, like I was saying, they may be doing
It's not
these.
fire safety. It's not fire
They,
safety. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with them monitoring and managing to keep you used to what you can keep and what you can't.
right.
It's all about control. It has
Yep.
nothing to do with the fire safety of an issue or not. Because, okay, for instance, they always say like the locks in apartments are fire safety issues. But when I talked to the police when my son eloped many years ago, they told me I could put a deadbolt key lock on it.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, other places will tell you, nope, that's a fire hazard.
Right.
So it's like, it's always conflicting. Like, it's irritating. Like, it has nothing to actually do with, if it actually was like, okay, if people got shit stacked to the ceiling or, you know what I mean? Shit that actually could be a fire hazard, a bunch of cords plugged in not the right way or, shit that's actually a hazard.
Right.
Okay, yeah,
Right.
maybe call them out. Because some
And
people be doing
like
some real unsafe shit.
out here where I am, okay, people be living, like we have to live. So like, it's stuff like dude has this great place and he
Yeah,
moves
but when
in.
but for instance, though, a lot of y'all don't live with each other. Whereas, like, if you're in an apartment building and let's say you got a bunch of cords not safely plugged in, using a bunch of extension cords on generators and shit, like, you might start you and your neighbors on fire, where you're probably just going to start your shit on fire there, to be
Right.
fair. So it's not as much of a big deal if you have to run shit a little sketchy compared to somebody who has to share.
It's stuff like this. It's stuff like you get wood delivered or you go and bring wood and you have it like stacked up so that you can be getting your firewood over winter and actually surviving. People want to be like, why'd you do that? That's blight. That's an eyesore. It's dangerous to everybody else. Listen, I have to have wood for winter. I'm not going to go buy my shit at $300 when I can go cut my own stuff. I got my permits to do it.
Okay, now if you're the type of person who would like to pay for the convenience, then go ahead. Because some people would rather pay for the convenience of not having to do it themselves.
Right, and
And
that's
that's okay, because you can spend your money on whatever you want to spend your money on. But we should not be hating on those who are trying to do it their way, too. And that goes for like fishing, hunting, gathering, all that shit, though.
Yes, it
You
does.
know, like all of that, like is, you know, that's the problem too, is that people want to dictate. Now, if you want to spend money on that, great. If you don't, you don't.
Right.
Like, people need to quit judging what people feel is a value or not. That's why all those different, that's why America exists, so we could decide. You know, do you want to pay for this? Do you want to pay for that? No? Okay, then go ahead. But otherwise, you know, if people want to pay for things like DoorDash or this or that, that's their prerogative.
Right.
Like, who
But
is anybody to say, you know?
it's also somebody's prerogative to not pay for DoorDash and go pick their shit up themselves.
Right, where places shouldn't be cutting those options out either.
Right. Do you know what I mean? Or you shouldn't be judging somebody because they chose to go the left route to the same location, but you chose to go the right route. Do you see what I mean?
Right. Now, in certain situations, you can give opinions about things like that. You know, for instance, we'll use Dwayne as an example, right?
Mm.
There's certain shit that Dwayne has done, and he's talked about this on air, so he knows. There's certain shit that he just done, though, that he knows that he shouldn't have done.
Mm-hmm.
And there was no right way to do it because it just should have never been done. And sometimes that's okay, too, if people call you out for that. But guess what? In the end, you don't have to accept that either.
Right.
Somebody can tell you how they feel, but that doesn't mean you have to accept it.
Right.
That doesn't mean you have to sit back and be like, oh, yeah, you might be right. You may never think that. So people have to be okay with making their own choices nowadays, too, like I talked about earlier. You got to make your own choices and feel confident that the choices that you are making are the right decisions. You know, there's no real timetable or real place to talk about it, though.
Mm-mm.
Like, so it is what it is. Nobody really knows. We're just trying different stuff, hoping that it works.
Right.
I mean,
You
that's
know,
all you can do.
but the thing that people need to, I think, remember the most is there's many roads to Rome.
Yep,
Let
there
people
is.
take their own. And just because it ain't your road that you took doesn't mean that their road that they take isn't going to bring them to the same spot. Because it will, you know, and this, like we were talking about earlier, that returning of energy, right? That whole, like, you've heard people say it too, right, Scarlett? Like that whole, you get what you give. You know, I'm going to return that energy this year. This is the worst
Match that energy.
advice.
Yeah.
Okay, it's actually the worst advice because you don't clean dirt with dirt.
Yep.
You can't do that. If somebody is treating you poorly, I get not fucking with them. You cannot fuck with them, but you don't have to drop. You don't have to give in to that carnal self. You don't have to give into name calling or pointing them out or trying to make your story known. You can just simply walk away.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it's not unhealthy. It's not unhealthy for you to even be like, hey, you know what? I can't fuck with you right now.
Right.
Maybe one day we can fuck with each other again, but right now we can't.
Right. This ain't it
We,
right now.
right. We do not harmonize right now. You're a gong in my chorus, and I can't do that. Whatever, however you explain it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's okay. But this new, like, thing that we have about, like, you know, like I said, return energy for energy. No. If someone's mean to you, the answer
If
isn't
somebody doesn't want to match your energy, it's time for you to go. Like,
right.
for real.
As long as it's positive.
That's what I'm saying. If somebody, that's what you get my point. Like if somebody's not trying to match your positive energy, walk away.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like for real, for real.
I do know. What happened to you? Where'd you go?
Yeah, instead of this match your energy, because you don't want to lower yourself to this negative vibrational energy.
Yeah, see, and
At
that's
all.
what I'm saying. Right, exactly. And you don't want to do that. Like you matching, and like I said, you're not going to clean dirt with dirt.
Mm-mm.
You know, if
No, you're not.
somebody's nasty to you, you can simply be like, "Hey, listen, this don't vibe with me, and I don't like the way you're treating me, so we're going to separate."
You're
That's
spelling
acceptable.
true.
Okay, and whoever has
Right.
taught us that that's not acceptable has done us a huge disservice.
True.
Because it is acceptable to understand that we grow separately as human beings. Okay. And that means that we will have periods of growing into people, growing out of people, growing back into some people, never growing back into other people. Do you see what I'm saying? Like,
Right. And sometimes I guess maybe we're just more aware of those changes happening where usually you notice over time. I'm thinking of a few specific instances in mind that I'm sure you're thinking of right now. Where you don't notice that transition that you're falling out with somebody until it happens and you're like, damn. Well, and then you wonder if is it going to be permanent? Is it going to be short term? And you don't know.
right.
So, but a lot of times you don't notice it till a while down the line. And
Yes.
then you're like, well, what happened to that person? And I think that people right now, like I've said though, since 2016, you guys, that is when we went through the purple photon light bulb. Okay. And people either decided to raise their vibration at that moment or they decided to stay stuck into darker negative energies. Now we're getting to a point where if they don't change those energies, if they didn't go through that change, now their lives have been extremely negatively affected.
Correct.
So either they're going to have to change right now and get back on that good timeline, or shit's only going to keep getting worse for them.
Right. Right.
It's unfortunate. It sucks, but it's the way of that purple photon light bulb that came in 2016. People had to decide. And if people haven't been noticing since about them, people have had to make really big decisions.
Right.
Whether that be in the country, for themselves, all types of shit in this time. I mean, shit. 3 years from now, it'll be 10 years ago.
Right.
I mean, when you really, think about that. That means 6 years. So think about who's been in and out of your life in the past 6 years.
Yep.
Think about who's put in work, who's dropped off, and those people probably did not put any work in or effort into their souls.
Right.
And that's sad. Now, right now, like we talked about in Moon News earlier and guidance, you have a chance to make that up. But that's only if you've been willing to put in the work and effort.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just be like Henny Penny up in here thinking you're going to just reap the benefits.
Right. Right.
Like, oh, well, now that I've been made aware that I need to change, I'll just change it. It's going to roll out quickly. No, it's still going to be a process.
Right.
Well, it's true, Cass. Everybody's had to cut back talking to certain people for certain reasons. Naturally, sometimes that just happens. And there's nothing wrong with that sometimes either. There doesn't have to, I guess, be anything wrong with it. Like,
Two that I feel, right, Scarlett? We do our friends a big disservice often without realizing it. Okay. And what I mean by that is like, okay, so say I call you up, right? And I'm like, oh my God, Tracy really pissed me off today, and I'm really fucking mad at her because blah blah blah, whatever my reason is, right? And our first instinct is, let's jump on the Tracy train and let's tell Red and make her feel better and be like, oh, Tracy's a bitch, or Tracy blah blah blah, or whatever, right?
Now, if you have important information about Tracy, should you discard that? No. But nobody's saying to go into attack mode either. Like, if you do know that Tracy is a bitch, then probably the good thing to say at that point would be, Tracy can have her moments. It's unfair when it happens, but you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to give people excuses.
Or even I am extremely sorry that you're having this experience with Tracy. I had a similar experience with Tracy that would lead me to believe, or to understand your feelings. But then it used to be just as quick that if I called you up and said, for instance, like, okay, we'll use Scrappy because we both know Scrappy, right?
Right. We'll use her as an example, right?
Right. So if I called you up and I'm like, Scrappy, blah, 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 whatever. And your response, it should be something like, you know what? Scrappy's never fucking said anything bad, about you to me. And I would really prefer that you not speak badly about Scrappy to me.
Because people get into that.
Right.
Well, people get into that too, and they don't want to give each other credit. Like, there's been a few instances I could think of recently where they want to attack each other, but it's like both of you are saying the same thing. So in the end, why not just figure out why you're mad at each other and figure out where the communication went wrong? And too many people are quick for this, like, especially like group text hate, or they want you to get on the bandwagon with them.
And I'm sure you've seen me posting that meme a lot lately where it's like, if you want to hate me, that's fine, but hate me alone. Don't be like out there recruiting people onto the hate train.
Right, because that bandwagon hate is the problem. Like, it just ride your own bandwagon. If other people come on the bandwagon with you, okay, that's different. If you tell them what happened and they're like, yeah, okay. That's different than trying to rile everybody up and start a pitchfork mob.
See, and that's what I mean. And so, like, it's like, okay, I'm not saying that you can't share your experiences, but what you don't have to do is you don't have to jump onto the train of like, oh yeah, fuck them, blah, 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 and then turn around 2 seconds later and be talking to them like you weren't just calling them a bitch 5 minutes ago.
Right. And too many people do that because they want to appease
everybody.
Want to hurt friend 1 or friend 2's feelings, right? Like,
right.
So I get that, but you don't have to indulge their hatred either.
Exactly.
Unless it is something really fucked up. Now, if it's not really fucked up, okay, yeah, we get on the bandwagon together, okay?
To discuss a mutual friend and you're concerned about them.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's say a mutual friend, like, cheats on your husband, like, or cheats on, you know what I mean? Like, your husband cheats on you with friend. Okay, yeah, I might get on bandwagon and say she's a piece of shit. Okay, but you have to have the right place and time and reasons, not just because friend 1 said, and because we got to stop getting on the bandwagon just because someone did something to you means you must hate them now too. We have to be able to separate because 9 times out of 10, if it's a mutual friend like that and you guys actually talk, you'll figure out why friend 1 and 2 aren't talking. Right. And it might be something simple that friend 1 and 2 could fix, but if they didn't have you there, they would have never figured it out because people are stubborn nowadays. People are so quick to cut shit off, whether it's friendships, relationships, family members, fucking internet relationship, you name it. They're ready to cut that shit off. They're talking about, oh, I'm cutting out toxicity. No, bitch, you toxic because all you do is cut off shit. You don't ever work through your problems.
Right. You don't
That's a
ever.
problem with people too.
They're
You
not
just cutting out situations out of your life is not dealing with problems.
right. It's not healing.
No, it's not. It's not helping you just make better choices later on. It's
Right.
not helping you learn. It's just
You're
showing you every time shit gets hard, you cut everybody and everything off.
right. You're literally
Now,
doing a
certain
disservice to yourself.
situations you do need to cut off though. Like, let's say somebody is overtaking from a relationship and they're not reciprocating, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this continues for a long time and you even try to speak up and be like, "Hey, I feel like I'm over reciprocating." And then they don't reciprocate, yeah, it's time to cut them off because they're not hearing you.
Right.
Okay. And that's half of the part of a friendship. And that's interesting that my pastor brought that up today at church. And he was like, what actually is a sign of a good friend is that they listen to you. Because you can talk to someone and talk and talk and talk and tell them your whole life. But if they don't listen, it's not meaningful.
Right.
So when you think about it like that, especially if you're trying to reach out and explain like and some people, another thing too, though, just to kind of play devil's advocate with you, Casimiro, some people just aren't the caring type in that way, but actually do care.
Right.
So, you do have to be mindful that maybe they're just not the type that ever reaches out first and aren't good with follow-up reach outs. And because some people aren't. I'm not trying to give people excuses because there's also those who abuse that privilege.
But here's the thing.
And you've got to have the discernment to
I,
understand the difference. But
I'm guilty of something very similar because I can be very shitty at like remembering to get back to people, or used to be really, really shitty about it. I've really had to work on maintaining a balance of remembering to get back to people and actually being like, okay, I want to spend time with people. And it's not that I don't want to spend time with people. It's more that it's like you and I talk about all the time. Like, you can't keep doing, you can't keep pretending just because it's convenient right then.
right.
And this bullshit that we've been taught over the last, I don't know what generation, we're kind of taught that we're willy-nilly and can pretty much do what we want. And then they grow up and they're like, wait, what laws? What are those? And we wonder why we're like deteriorating. Because at such a big rate, and this is something that we have to ask ourselves too, right? Because in all of this, like with the whole cutting people off, letting people in, it's hard. It's hard because then we have everything going on outside. And now knowing what we know, you have to like really be careful in who you're bringing in and or letting out of your circles, because you got to know who you're fucking with and who you're not fucking with now. And to a large degree, what they're capable of and what they're not. And if people are talking about other people in negative ways, only, like if Tom only calls you and complains about Robert all the time, if you are convinced that he doesn't do the same thing about you with somebody else, you're sadly mistaken. Because if they're comfortable enough to talk shit on somebody that they know is a mutual friend in front of you, what do you think they are saying to other people about you? What made them comfortable saying all that and why? And how uncomfortable does that make you? And now that needs to be corrected. And the thing is we were taught that when somebody kind of like did something bad to us, that we need to like control ourselves and not, don't make people, you know what I mean? Like, be cool, be calm, don't get upset, keep everything down, don't rock the boat. That's kind of like what we've been taught. But then at the same time, silence is teaching them that this is acceptable behavior. Yeah, I can see that. I could definitely see that. I think a lot of people are cutting back on reaching out and just being
Like I said,
cool.
because people are getting tired of like that energy not being matched. And a lot of people you just can't talk to right now. That's the unfortunate part. Like a lot of things we're saying is only applicable if people are open and willing to talk.
And
And
unfortunately,
so,
and with Moon News too, being emotional and rational thought not really being always present, and slowing down and taking that time and making your movements strategically instead of impulsively, so to speak. It's getting to that point where you kind of have to question everybody, which is sick. Like, you have to filter what you say to certain people in your lives too a lot, because if they think that you're not doing something the way that they want it done, they'll be quick to throw you under the bus and separate. And to a degree, maybe that is what needs to happen. But if you're not ready to be separating from people, the next month or so is going to be kind of hard. I mean, it doesn't have to be people. It can be a job, a career, a person, multiple people, a situation, an environment. I mean, it could be any and all of those things. And I just feel like people have been trapped into that whole like, tell your friends what they want to hear so that they don't get mad at you. Well, if they're your friends, no matter what you say should make them mad at you. Really. I mean, unless it's going to be something drastic like, it's, I fucked your husband. Or like, I came and like tried to kill you in your sleep. Or, I snuck onto your property and flattened all your tires and siphoned your gas and ran away with your tractor. I mean,
If it's something legitimately to be mad at, okay. But this whole like, I'm gonna be mad because we don't match exactly is bullshit. Like, and that was something that I think it was you and I talking about before, about how you can't find what you're looking for in one individual person. And like what you find in one person, you only find so much of what you need there, and then it leaves these gaps, and then you got to find somebody else, and then you find that person, but then they have a gap, and then you got to find the next person to fill that gap. So it takes like however, I don't know, there's not like some magic number I can give out, but you're going to have certain people involved in your life for particular roles because they can't fulfill other roles, and so then you got to go to the next one to fulfill those roles, which is why we have many or should have many close friends, because you're not going to find everything you need in just one. Yeah. See, and that's the way it should be. Whether it's good, whether it's bad, you should be able to share it if you're friends. There shouldn't be any reason that But I think on that note, we should wrap it up for the evening.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man.
Well, you know what? Like, that's how we are too. We try to keep it real, Casimiro. That's all you can try to do with people is keep it real. Tell them how you feel and be honest. And either they'll accept it or they won't.
Right.
If you mean it wholeheartedly and you're not on bullshit, they can either take it or leave it.
Right.
Just that simple. That's all we can try to do moving forward is be ourselves and have that move forward.
Right.
That's it.
And
Especially if we're
definitely
all supposed to be working to, receive our blessings right now. We don't got time to be caught up with the bullshit.
correct. And so we appreciate everybody that's here listening, participating in our talks. We will be back next Sunday at 6 p.m. It's a regular thing.
6 p.m. Mountain, and it will be Mountain Daylight Time next week. So
Correct.
make sure next Saturday that you spring your clocks 1 hour ahead.
Correct. Good call, buddy. Good call.
I know.
And don't forget that
right?
we do have a solar eclipse coming in April.
Yes,
So
what day is that again?
start preparing April 20th.
Okay. And I think that one's only seen by the West Coast.
Yeah, I think we're only gonna see it, over here.
And then next year is the Great American Eclipse again.
Right.
And that one hits in the middle of the country. And I would like to go out for that one.
Yes.
Because I remember when the first part of the Great American Eclipse happened.
Right.
And this will be the second part where the totality will be right in the middle of the two eclipses.
Right.
So this one and the last one next year is going to be right in the middle of those two.
Correct.
So it should be neat.
It should be. So everybody, I hope that we catch you listening next week.
Absolutely.
We are gonna go a little further into the experiments and the mind control, and remembering again that, you know, Carla did this in hiding, and when she published it, she was then very quickly she passed away, and we can't prove what happened, if anybody understands what I mean there. Now, dare to be different, dare to be you, and dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally, especially this week.
Absolutely. From the land of 10,000 lakes. Good night, universe.